Welcome to Red Alert Rocket Zone. Y'all know who I am. If you don't know who I am, I'm your host for this official point in time. And for those of you who know me, it's your boy E.F. Hutton. Those of you who don't, you know, your boy E.F. Hutton. Um, we have breaking news today. And look, so I'm crunching, trying to get out the videos because obviously I don't, haven't been making videos for this particular thing. And I just been doing my regular rounds, running around ifing with the living, you know, jump on a couple of things and communicate with a couple of people. And I was like, you know what? I got I got takes in the bag, you know, and just spinning my wheels, dropping hot takes on comments and stuff like that, and trying to do it in a short amount of time. So I decided to go ahead and make the video. And what happens is, before I can get my first video out, bro, the Rockets have just landed Kevin Durrant on a Sunday in the middle of June. Well, the end of June. You won't believe the just the frustration I have with this team right now. Not because they got Kevin Durant. Why couldn't you have done it before I was compiling all the information and data? Why couldn't you have done it on Monday after I uploaded the videos I had set to drop? Oh yeah, I had heat. I had heat coming. You know, I had heat coming. And I was building up to it too. It was like small step, small step, small step. And I was gonna come with a slap, 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 slap. But anyway, we're gonna get right into it. And it looks like this. The Rockets got off your boy Jalen Green, sent him and his fingernails, Dylan Brooks, and this year's 10th overall pick to Phoenix, what they're going to be getting for the future Hall of Famer, 36-year-old forward, Kevin freaking Durant. The Slim Reaper himself, easy money sniper, will be joining the Houston Rockets in the 2025-2026 season and hoping to make a championship run. I mean, what else are you coming here for? You coming here to, be a leader? Funny, right? Somewhere Stephen A. Smith is rolling over in his grave, right? There's no way we think Kevin Durant is coming here to be a leader. You know, definitely not the leader. What he could be coming here to do is maybe teach Jabari Smith Jr. a thing or two about how to use his height, and different tricks or whatever Kevin Durant uses to get his shot off, different positions he like to, place his foot or what angles he like to shoot from. Because obviously their games kind of resemble each other, but it's not it's not the same, but they are kind of similar, if I can say so myself. So what we have going on is this right here. Kevin Durant coming to Houston, and the Rocket Sphere is going crazy. The Rocket Sphere is going absolutely insane. I have no idea. Um, I have no idea exactly what's going to be the outcome. You know what I think. You know what your boy thinks. I think anybody catches the ball, turn around in warm-ups, flip, 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 fall over like a wet napkin. Flip, 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 fall over like a paper towel. Flip, 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 Simone Biles yourself on the ground. Anybody, bro, that twist their ankle to the point they have to take games off in warm-ups, bro. In warm-ups, brethren. Anybody. I just don't know. I don't know if you're worth, you're not worth the expectation to me. That's my point. My point is not la 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 la. Yeah, he gonna do this. He gonna do that. He gonna do this. He gonna do that. The point is you can't expect nothing. The only thing you can expect, the only thing you can expect from Kevin Durant is he'll be hurt next year. Listen, mark my words. Kevin Durant will be hurt this upcoming season. Two things for sure: taxes, injuries. Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, bucket. Nothing is going to be 50, 40, 90. Hurt, definitely. So your question is Kevin Durant guaranteeing, is he the player that when he's on the floor, you're going to win? Because if every game he plays we win, that gets us to 56 games according to what he played last year, which is 4 games more than we won this year. Okay? 56 games. If every game he plays, we win. But if some of the game he plays, we don't win, hey, we could be under 52 games this year. Right? Now, let's say he plays 56 games and we lose because we lost 21 points a game. We lost our best 3-point shooter in Dylan Brooks and one of our best defenders. Let's say if he plays 56 games and we lose half of the games that he misses, which would be 15 games, right? That's 15 games gone. And that means we won 15 games that he missed, which is, listen, if you think, I mean, we could because I'll get to that later. Okay, 15 games already lost because Kevin Durant not there. We won 15 of those. That's rounding it off. And out of the 56 games that he plays, we win, let's say 75% of 56. Man. Let's say what's that? 30, 36, 37 games. So 37 plus 15, 52 games. What do you know? Right where we left off last year. Talk to me quick, but don't talk to me slick. Do you really believe that that is a great addition? Well, what you're going to get from the ecstatic Rockets fan sphere is Jalen Green sucked in the playoffs. His first playoff, he stunk it up. Oh, listen, Kevin Durant stunk last playoffs too. He stunk it up horribly. He actually scored 11 points, average 11 points less than Jalen Green did. 5 rebounds less than Jalen Green did. 38 minutes less than Jalen Green did. Why, might you ask? Because he couldn't make it to the playoffs. Well, He couldn't. He didn't. It's a tick. Listen, LeBron had Kobe of the Ozarks and island of what you call them? The island of unknown misfits or some shit like that. And LeBron still was in the playoffs. Yes, he got Luke at the end, but Kevin Durant has Devin Booker, who also scored 70 in his career. So let's not act like Devin Booker is just miles behind Luca as far as a scoring threat. Okay, okay. Well, LeBron had but yeah. Well, Kevin Durant is in Phoenix too, so you know, and he also had Hall of Fame coaches for the past 3 years. He's had opportunity to try to get better players there. He had decent players around him. He didn't have an Austin Reeves. He also didn't have, some Rui Hachimuras and some other little small moving pieces. But here's the thing: they could have gotten players in there that could have been better. Listen, it's players in the league that make your team better. Let's just keep it a bean. It's actually players that they could get that make your team better. I don't know what Phoenix, front office is doing. Not doing it good though. I can tell you that. I'm gonna be here for a minute. I'm just taking my time with this. This is absurd to me. And I'm gonna tell you why it's absurd to me. And look, I might drop the link, but I might just be on here chopping it up for a minute. You know why? Because I could have went to anybody's platform. Shout out to all the, everybody in Rockers Nation who got platforms. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my boy Lee. Shout out to the Goals. Shout out to everybody. My boy from Round Bar, I forget it, Keith, what's his name? Keith. Shout out to my boy Keith. Jack Gat. Shout out to everybody, man. I know all the boys is up, man. Everybody's up right now. Up, and it's stuck. It's up there and it's stuck there for the 2025. And I tell you why. Not because I'm super thrilled about Kevin Durant, but I'm super thrilled that we have moved into the Shingun and possibly Reed Shepard era. That Amon Thompson is now clearly our best young prospect. And I mean, to me, Alp's been there. This would be his what, fourth, fifth year or something. So hey, you're not really a young prospect no more, fella. You just, you know what I mean? You just a young guy, a young baller, a young hooper. We still got Armin on the team. We still got, you know, Cam. We still got Reed. To me, them the young guys. Them guys that was here when first year of the rebuild type shit. Nah, bro. You don't get the young man. You don't get the prospect title no more. You graduated. You graduated from the Raphael Stone era. I mean, from the my boy Steven Silas. You graduated from the Steven Silas era. Made it through the hard time. That's like basic. And you up. You went up. Now you in the world. You out there. You getting your paper. People talking about, man. Let me tell you something. I heard I heard your boy Gilly Gill talking about. I heard your boy Gill talking about Shangoon got to learn he's not Jokic. Hater, bro. Hater, bro. Y'all got to say some fly shit, bro. I else with Gill, but y'all got to say some fly shit. We know he's not. I thank you. You have a strong grasp on the obvious. Shout out to OJ. strong grasp on the obvious. Jokic is about 25 pounds heavy and about 3-4 inches taller, 2-3 inches taller or something, and has a much better jumper, if that's what you call it. But as far as passing, as far as handling that rock, let me tell you who can handle that rock. Turkish Delight, Turkey Sandwich, LP, Baby Jokic, Big Manu, Young Stola, all that. White Dream, all that. You can't feel it. You know what I'm saying? You don't get it because you don't understand what he going through. He going through an evolution of I came in the league and won balling, freaky passing, behind the back, over the shoulder. Everything I see is creative. I I'm creating as is happening. The same thing that y'all give other players credit for because it look good when it connect, but when it don't connect, it's a turnover. Well, that's the Steve Nash story. That's the Brett Favre story. Same spectrum. You take those high risks because it's the creativeness that's make a I'm trying to make a move that catches the defense off guard. It makes it easier on my teammate because the move was so unsuspected that they get an easy shot. I'm trying to throw this ball in a spot to where if this dude reach for the ball, he has to extend his body to where he can't now contest the shot. Or he has to adjust his body to where now he can't recover to try to defend. Listen, we don't we don't care about whether he Jokic or not. We care that Al Pacino is playing his game at the highest level. Don't be taking stuff. Let me tell you something. If you a crossover, yep, that's how you do it, ping, 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 then you don't want to take that out of a person's game. You want to magnify that part of the game and elevate that part of the game and cater, cultivate the game to where that part of the game is accentuated to where it can be utilized to its best capacity. If you start cutting up people's game into small pieces, then what's going to happen? You're going to hinder, you're going to stifle their game, you're going to make them less of a player than what they could be. You want a superstar, you got to let people play like a superstar. And you have to curate it. Guess what else? Not only is Amin and LP still on the path to greatness, but we also have a young up and coming star by the name of Reed Shepard. I think, and I've been wrong on some stuff. Like for those of you who think I'm wrong on a lot, I'm not. I am wrong on some stuff. You know what I'm gonna do? Listen, I'm gonna let y'all marinate for 1 second on what I be wrong on, and I'm gonna come back and tell you why I was right about Jalen Green the whole time. Okay, I'm back. Listen, I tell you why I was right about Jalen Green the whole time. You'll never understand. You'll never get it because I'm one of the few people Listen, I'm one of the few people who said that Jalen Green was a good player, but he was playing, to me, he was playing above his pay grade. He was playing out of his position, out of his best position. Reason why I say is because what is a shooting guard these days? Like, really, what is a shooting guard? Name me the best 5 shooting guards in the league right now. Okay. I mean, I can't. I can't. I was looking the other day for the best top 5 shooting guards in the league, and I came up with like a list of let's see where I was at. I had in the Western Conference we got Devin Booker. I guess Anthony Edwards is a shooting guard, and I don't know if he's literally a shooting guard because I always took Anthony Edwards as a small forward. And then you have Jalen Brown. Literally, literally, probably the number 5, number 2, maybe the number 3 or 4 shooting guard on the West is Jalen Green. I actually believe that Jalen Green, if he would have stayed in Houston, would have been an all-star this year. I think, matter of fact, I almost can guarantee you, and it's crazy. It's crazy because Alfred Sengun and Jalen Green both would have been all stars this year if Jalen would have stayed in Houston. You know what they're gonna do for Jalen? Let me tell you what they're gonna do. Jalen's gonna go to a team and they're gonna start calling all the fouls in the world for Jalen. And then when it come playoff time, they'll stop calling those fouls and make him suck. You know why? Because we've seen this before with players like James Harden and other players, Kevin Martin and guys like that, where you know they're elite players, but you don't give them the superstar treatment, and but you let them get enough to ball out during the season to elevate the status of the teams that they play for. But when it comes to the playoff, guess what you do? You swallow your whistle. You swallow your whistle, and that's what they're gonna do to Jalen. I already know. But he would have been an all-star this year if he'd have stayed with they'd have kept him in Houston. 21 points a game, 3.4 assists, 3 3-pointers made. You know, not a lot worse than Jalen Brown. What's that? 6 points worse than Devin Booker. 5 points worse than Donovan Mitchell. And the only person that's like head and shoulders above him is Anthony Edwards. So what I mean, at the end of the day, what are you really doing to the Houston Rockets? You stripping them of all their assets. You just stripped them of the ability to go after 2 great players. Well, they got a good one. They got a decent. They got something. And you also impacting the star studiedness, if that's for lack of better words, of the Houston Rockets, which means they just impacted the economics of Houston for the next 10 years. The jersey sales. Kevin Durant will sell jerseys for 3 years. Oh, he's gonna sell a bomb of jerseys in Houston. And he's gonna be an all-star if he's not hurt. But Kevin Durant might also make LP not an all-star. Whereas the 1-2 punch of Jalen and LP having to balance each other out was making them both close to being all-stars. Guess who else should be an all-star? Armin Thompson. Because Armin Thompson should be scoring 21 points this year. A game. A game. How is he going to do that? Getting downhill, getting back door, catching lob passes off the glass and in your dog's bottom. All that. All that. Little fadeaway was looking good in the playoff. That behind the back, pop, pop, he hit them boys with when he went to the goal. I was like, oh, this boy just woke up. He took the red pill, bro. He took the red pill, son, and woke up Neo and boys in the game in the playoffs. And I was like, oh my days. Oh my days, this boy's going crazy. Look, let's break down a couple of things. Reed Shepard had flashes of absurdness throughout the year. He started out the year shocking people with his defense. What? You say, what? Did he shock people with his defense? Yes, he shocked people with his defense. With his ability to poke the ball loose, to anticipate where the offensive player was going, angle them off, get in there, dig at the ball while they're going up for a shot, strip balls, get in passing lanes. Now, he's not just standing in front of nobody. But when he lock in, he's locking in. Quote, air quote, I'm air quoting your ass right now. That's a Draymond Green observation. That Reed Shepard will stick you, as he said. If Draymond said Reed Shepard is sticking guys, then Reed Shepard sticking guys. I don't care what no Rockets fans say. If Draymond said Reed Shepard is sticking guys, Draymond Green, Saginaw, Michigan, Defensive Player of the Year, 4-time champion, kick in your nuts, Draymond, hitting threes in the playoff this year. He said Reed Shepard was sticking guys. He was sticking guys early in the year. Guess what else he did? He didn't cry when they sent him to the G League. Right? He didn't cry when they sent him to the G League. He kept his head up. He kept his head up when they sent him to the G League. And not only did he not cry, but he went to the G League and he annihilated guys. He literally annihilated guys, broski. I mean, not like, hey, let me just go in here and just mess around a little bit and this, that, and the third. No, he went to the G League and he literally went on a tear. He went on a tear to the point that we were saying, bring him back, bring him back. Let's get him back. Let's literally get Draymond Green back. I mean, not Draymond Green. Let's literally get Reed Shepard back. I think he had a 50. Crazy threes. Like crazy threes. Like nothing that we didn't think he could do. We knew he could do that. And he did it. Okay. So look at it from this perspective. He goes to the G League and he is so good in the G League that the Rockets fans forgot why we sent him to the G League because he just didn't look like he was comfortable and he didn't have the confidence. He went to the G League and played out of control to where we like, okay, he got his confidence back. He ready. He ready. He ready. Everybody turned into Tiffany Haddish. The whole Rockets community was all Tiffany Haddish. He ready. He ready. Hit your name, hit your name. And then all of a sudden, he back on the team. Put him in. Put him in. We want Fred VanVleet gone. We ready for Reed Shepard to start right now. Start Reed Shepard and Armin Thompson right now. Like, okay, pump your brakes a little bit. I don't know if they're ready for all that per se, but if you want to know the truth about it, I think this trade gives the Rockets opportunities to give Reed a little more playing time. Why? Because now at this point, he doesn't have to initiate the offense in the way that he would have had to initiate the offense when we had Jalen. Because when we got Jalen and Shangoon, he's looking to control the offense. He's actually trying to go out and shout out to K Taman, man, Kids Taman in the chat. He would have actually had to go out and initiate the offense, right? But it's not going to be like that this year. This year is going to be like all he has to do is come down, let the double team lean into Kevin Durrant or lean into Alperen Sengun, catch the ball and shoot it. That's it. Play good defense. Don't put your head down when you get cooked. Cause oh yeah, they coming for you. They trying to cook you all season long. Every time you on the court, you a 6'2" white boy, they trying to cook you. Speaking of white boys, this whole playoffs was the best playoff for white boys I ever seen. Every single white boy that came off the bench was balling out of control. From Bron to Ty Jerome, DiVincenzo, whoever it was, TJ McConnell, Alex Caruso, they have dominated this playoff. Where was Reed at? Didn't play. Why? Because we were out in the first round. First round, bro. And everybody's saying, well, if we'd have had Kevin Durant, we wouldn't be out in the first round. If we'd have had Kevin Durant, what? We'd have been beat because he would have been hurt. What? You think Kevin Durant is going to be healthy in the playoff? Child, please. This dude is not. If he is, I stand corrected. I stand corrected. If Kevin Durant, if Kevin Durant is healthy in the playoffs, look, somebody gonna wear a clown suit, but it ain't gonna be me. Hey, but this is what I'm getting at. So now this opens up the door for Reed Shepard to have a little more leeway, little more rope to go out and try to do things, without so much pressure on him. Right? He's gonna have leaders playing before him in front of him. He's gonna have still got Fred VanVleet, unless Fred VanVleet, if they do a little finesse move, because I still think we got the opportunity to go after another big player, which I keep saying it. I keep saying it, man. It would be crazy if we could get Jaren Jackson Jr. It would be crazy, bro. It would be crazy if we can get Jaren Jackson Jr. But anyway, Fred VanVleet, you know, championship point guard. Now, when Reed Shepard comes in or Armin Thompson is playing point guard, they don't have so many responsibilities because you got the Slim Reaper from anywhere on half court. He is a threat. He is 7'2", 7'1", Steph Curry esque. And people say, why they don't have more motion? He ran off screens. Kevin Durant ran off screens this year. I don't know if people was watching, but He wasn't just standing there calling for the ball and then catching and shooting. Kevin Durant ran off some screens. He plays basketball the right way. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about what he can do, what he will do. I'm just worried about if he'll be standing upright. Is the Titanic going down? If the Titanic don't go down, it's going down in the H. 100% I guarantee that. Because I'm not worried about I almost slipped up. Almost slipped up. I was gonna say I'm not worried about the Lakers, but it's gonna be a gauntlet because I believe the Lakers are still gonna try to get another big man. Guess what else we gotta worry about? We gotta worry about the Phoenix Suns now. Now we have to worry about the Phoenix Suns because I hate to tell you, but Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks on the same team, and they get a 10th overall pick, which could end up being Kaman Maliwa, a defensive rim protector, and 7'2" athletic from where they from? The boing boing boing, the ones that be jumping up and down like that. Sheesh. They they could be crazy. They could be crazy and finish this year. What I didn't understand is why was it so necessary for Phoenix to ask for picks back if you're trying to win now? You should only be caring about your picks if you plan on sliding out of the playoffs again and trying to build through the draft. But if you ask me, Jalen Green at the point guard in Phoenix is the way to go because I guarantee you Jalen is a better point guard than Bradley Beal. He's a more willing point guard than Bradley Beal. And at point guard, Jalen, he'll end up being more like a Ja Morant type player. He'll end up being the guy that you have to pick him up as soon as he passes half court, and he's gonna try to get downhill. And if you collapse on him, now he can get the ball to D Book, and D Book can go to work. Because it's not like get the ball all the way to the rim to Shangoon, like he was having to do. Oh, I gotta get the ball top of the key, and now I gotta try to wait for the pick to come so I can get the roll so Shangoon can get in position. No, it's not like that. I'm gonna try to burn you. I'm gonna try to get downhill. If that don't work, I'm just giving the ball to Devin Booker, and Devin Booker gonna cook. And if it don't cook, he kick out to Dylan Brooks, and Dylan Brooks will knock down the three. So I think that's really a decent team with Jalen Green, Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, whoever they got at three, and whoever they can pick up. I mean, they might pick up a center, they might pick up a power forward. I don't know. But let's see. No comments, no comments, no comments. Okay. Well, we just gonna keep it going. Listen, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about who is the starting lineup gonna be. I saw a projected starting lineup of Fred VanVleet, um, Armin Thompson, Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith, Alperen Sengun. I also saw Kevin Durant at the four, Tari Eason at the three, which makes more sense if you have, you know, Fred VanVleet, Tari, Armin, KD, and Al P. Because now what you're doing is you just bolsters your defense. You have five legit defenders on the floor. Five legit to quit. Typewriter dance, gazelle eyes, hammer pants, sliding across the floor, looking like that. That's how the defense gonna be looking like MC Hammer when he used to do the typewriter. They're gonna be sliding side to side. Everywhere you go, they're gonna be right there, man. You talk about Armin and Tari starting together throughout the year. Only problem is Tari gonna be healthy? He talking about Warriors come out and play. No, nigga, you come out and play. You come out and play back to backs. Duh. The only thing we don't need to worry about if the Warriors coming out and play. We need to know if you gonna come out and play, or you gonna have to be, you know, bad knees. Back to back games, we not gonna see you. Not good for continuity, bro. Your chemistry going down. That little hourglass they used to have, I don't know if they still got that on 2K, but when you play on the team and then the dudes don't be playing, you switching up your lineup, that little hourglass that say team chemistry down if Tari Eason is a starter and he don't play back to backs. Crazy. But the other one that I think people like is Cam Whitmore. This is where it really gets tricky because Cam was having problems not staying on the floor. Cam was having problems with not getting time. And it was showing in his demeanor, to say the least. To where people were starting to ask him about it. And, they would throw stuff out there to see if they can get him to respond. And he had some, you know, he had some little shots. He took some little shots. And at the end of the season, I don't know if it was Madison. I don't know. It sounded like it might have been Matt or somebody like that asked Ime about Cam not getting playing time. And Ime responded. I will pull up the clip, but I don't know about getting flagged on this one. But Ime responded with you know, we've had conversations about what you have to do to get on the court. What? We've had conversations. So that means when you say we've had conversations, that don't mean I talk to the team. Everybody knows. You know, there's a precedent set. That's not what he said. He specifically said, we've had conversations. That means I talked to the dude about what he's not doing right. And what is it that he was not doing right? Is it not playing as a team? Because he was getting a bucket a minute. I mean, if you getting a bucket a minute, bro, damn the plan for the team. Like, that's like saying I got Kobe on my team and Kobe keep taking shots. I'm gonna tell him, hey man, you're not gonna get burned because you too good of a scorer and you're not playing team ball. Guess what, Ime? Guess what, Ime? I hate to tell you, brother, but if Stone and Fatita are watching Cam Whitmore and they realize that this dude is a potential star and you holding him back because he don't want to buy into team first basketball and he could be the next Carmelo Anthony, Kobe Bryant type player, and you're actually holding back your star, that's how coaches get out of there. That's how Mark Jackson's and Don Chaney's and whoever. That's how they get fired, bro. That's how they get fired. It's based off of ego. You get to thinking, well, I'm doing such a great job, they never fire me. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. All they got to do is look over there and see, man, Cam is doing everything he can to get playing time. His defense ain't great, but he's a bona fide star, and we need a bona fide star. Hey, man, I drafted the dude to play. I didn't draft him so you can put him on the bench because you don't like his idea about whether or not he should pass the ball when he know he can score because you got another guy who's passing the ball because they're double teaming and trapping him, and you trade him because he couldn't get off a shot. When you got a guy over here who will get off a shot, whether you double team, triple team him, or what, because he's 235, 6'8", he gonna put his shoulder down, he gonna body you to the rim, and he gonna get off a bucket. And then you put him on the bench. But they say it's because of defense. They say, oh, he didn't buy into he wasn't, he was okay one-on-one defense, but he really couldn't grasp the concepts of team defense. Wasn't really on the string like the other guys was. He wasn't buying into the defensive system. Okay, if that's what it was, and he doesn't figure it out over the offseason, He's sitting there, he's still pouting because he didn't play and he didn't take this whole entire offseason, knowing that Jalen Green was on the trading block all year and you didn't come in and you didn't do the Kobe, you didn't do the Gilbert Arenas, you didn't do the Michael Jordan, you didn't stay in the gym all year long watching tape and trying to figure out how to get better at defense, match your defense to your offensive prowess. You didn't figure out how to level that out over the you know. Look, guess what, Cam? Let me tell you what happened. Look at Jalen Green. Look where he at right now. You ever seen a Filipino in Phoenix? Hey, they like Filipinos in Phoenix, especially when they got their fingernails painted. You'll be right out there with him. Y'all will be out there eating tacos and street meat in Phoenix. Funny story. I was in Phoenix one year. Let's see, 2000, maybe around 2000, 114 degrees outside. First time I had ever experienced it, like to die. So guess what? I wish Jalen was. I wish Jalen was still here. I wish we could have got off something else. I really would have been cool with getting off Fred VanVleet and keeping Jalen. But I think overall, he may just felt that Jalen was a little softer or just mentally wasn't strong enough to be the player that he wanted him. That's what I think. And I, maybe I shouldn't assume or just throw out theories like that. But I did hear somebody say that it was something like you can't be getting mad at people talking about your fingernails in the playoffs. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, that sounds like somebody who knows something. Who knows something. Did this dude actually get talked out of his game because somebody was talking about his fingernails? And that triggered Ime to say, oh man, this dude got a little something soft about him. Which, if that was it, if that's what make you think somebody was soft, eh, you know, eh, you know what I mean? Because we've seen people crumble under pressure before. We've seen LeBron, you know what I mean? We've seen KD, boom. We've seen great, good players succumb to different pressure at different times. But obviously, somebody talking about your fingernails, and, calling you feminine or whatever they were calling them, if that's what the case was, you know, that might would kind of make you mad. But I've always been around the kind of players, you know, um, like you didn't want to make them mad because if you make them mad, they're gonna lock in and focus, and they're gonna bust your, you know what, you know what I mean? Some players you can make them mad, and they'll get to trying to bang you and being aggressive, and you can pull the chair off them up on them and make them lose the ball, or you can rattle them because they so wound up. But I don't know what the deal is with that. But anyway, back to Cam. Here's the thing: Cam would be a very good option as shooting guard if his defense would pick up, like really, really pick up. Because in order for me to say I'd rather not have Tari and Amin on the court together, you have to be very good at something. Because I always say this: you're not gonna be a great team or a dynasty by following the trends of the league. If you want to be a great team, if you want to be a dynasty, you want to be a historically great remembered team, you have to do something to break the league. You have to do something to break the mold of the league. You have to do something that's over the top, rememberable, like having 4 or 5 defensive players on the floor together. You know why we remember the Detroit Pistons of '04? Because they literally had 5 defenders on the floor. They literally had 5 defenders on the floor. Not that Rip Hamilton was a great defender, but he was wiry, he was quick. He'd get in there and he was a dog, as they say. A dog. I don't know why people be saying it like that. He is a dog. What? That's all the extra letters about, bro. Just a regular dog, man. That was it. That's all he was. Just a dog. Just a regular dog. Chauncey Billups, you know, he should have been Mr. Fundamental because you talking about if you want to learn how to shoot, watch Chauncey Billups shoot. You know, then you got Sheezy, you got Ben, you got Tayshawn. You know, those guys were 5 defenders on the floor together. And the Rockets have the opportunity to do something similar this year. So if Cam is able to really, really make an impact offensively or really, really pick up his defense, um, that could be a big difference in how the season pans out. It's especially for him. It could actually be the make or break of how his career path goes. Because guys are looking at Cam like, man, I would love to get my hands on him. But if you keep seeing him not play and not play and not play, you know who he turns into? Michael Beasley. Bonzi Wells. You see what I'm saying? It's like, man, this dude can ball. But what's wrong with him? Why he not getting the playing time? Why he not a superstar? Tell you why he not a superstar. Because the coaches see something that we don't know. And they not telling. They hinting about it. Whatever it is that he's supposed to be doing to get on the court, he's not doing it. Because every time I put him on the court, he looked good. But it's all you can tell, like when you watch the game, he's doing things that we like, but it's always something missing in like that feeling that he's really that guy. And it's something that he knows internally. It's something that he feels internally like, I'm gonna get these buckets, you know, I'm gonna keep getting these buckets and prove that I can get these buckets. But it's always something that's missing because he never had that ultimate confidence like Jalen had. Jalen had ultimate confidence on the court because he had the security and the assurance that he was the guy. And Cam don't have that. Why? Do I think he's as good a scorer as Jalen Green? Pretty damn close. Pretty damn close. What I want everybody to do is you get to this point, let's see. I'm about 30 minutes in. So like the video, subscribe to the channel. And after this video, what I would like for you to do is go look at Cam Whitmore 3-point shots. Just Google it. Google his 3-point highlights. Then what I want you to watch is this. I want you to watch the base of his shot, the balance of his shot, and the, the quickness of his release. How much time from the time he set his base, how balanced he is when he takes the shot, and how fast that ball is coming out of his hand. And then I want you to turn around and I want you to go watch Klay Thompson. Right? Once you do that, once you turn around and you say, you know what do I see that's similar between Cam Whitmore and Klay Thompson? And then you can say, what is the difference between the two? And then you will know like these are the things that Cam Whitmore has to work on to actually be a playoff level shooting guard. Because at 235, 245, whatever he is, 6'8", he could be a problem. A problem. He could literally be a problem. But We don't know if we'll ever get to see it because obviously he in somebody's doghouse. He's not getting up, you know, Roger Rhodes type shit. You know what I mean? Like it's something with him and the coach to where he'll never live up to his potential because there's something going on with him and the coach. Insane. That's insane, bro. So what have we not talked about? Let's look. Let's look around. I'm gonna look around a little bit, and I'm just gonna see if I could you know what else I want to talk about? I want to talk about the coaches a little bit. Let's let's delve into that. Did the offense last year look at the end of playoffs like it was starting to evolve into something different, or did it look like you know 3 games in, 2 games, game two, game three, he was still doing the same thing, and at game four he decided to switch it up and try something different? If that's the case, then we have to look at it and say, well, is he capable of doing more than what he's showing us, and why? Why is he holding his cards into game three of the playoffs? And then, like, should we have seen Jalen Green doing different stuff throughout the year instead of waiting until he was trapped and beat up and demoralized and taken out of the game? Should we have saw him try different positions on the court before he was defeated? So I'm wondering about Ime's creativity. I don't think it has to do with just his basketball acumen or IQ or, you know, obviously he played for a long time. And if you play professional sports for a long time, one thing I know is, you know, those plays and terms and ideas embedded in their head. Like it's second nature for, those guys to have an idea of what needs to happen. But I think sometimes they just say, that's not what I like. I like this smash mouth basketball. I want smash mouth basketball that's just wear and tear on the defense. You know, stand right here, boom, run this right here real quick. Everybody angle, pressure is wear and tear on the defense. Is that gonna work? Well, I mean, they're hoping it works with Kevin Durant. They're hoping that get the ball to Kevin Durant, wear and tear on the defense. He's just gonna wear you down with efficiency for 47 to 56 games. So I think the coaching staff is gonna be like of everything. I'm not worried about the coaching staff the most, but I think coaching is gonna tell whether or not we win a championship this year or not. I mean, that's the end all be all. Two things. Can the Rockets win a championship 2025-2026 season? I'm gonna answer that for you. Very simply. Depends on Raphael Stone and Email Doka. I'm not going to blame any player on the team. Listen, I'm saying this right now. Listen, I'm not going to blame any player on the team if the Rockets don't win a championship. I'm going to blame Ime Udoka and Raphael Stone if the Rockets don't win a championship. If Kevin Durant gets hurt and we don't make it to the playoffs, Raphael Stone. If we get to the playoff and Kevin Durant gets hurt, Raphael Stone, Ime Udoka. If we get to the playoff and Kevin Durant is playing and we can't get out of the first round, Ime Udoka, Raphael Stone. If we get to the second round and we end up losing because we come into the Oklahoma City Thunder and they're on a roll and we can't keep up with them or something like, Ime Udoka, Raphael Stone. What I'm saying is, there's nothing that's not going to make me say this is either Raphael Stone's fault or Ime Udoka's fault. Let me tell you what Houston Rockets fans going to do. We hype. We hype. We got KD. Even though the most of us know it's good to get KD if we don't have to give up a lot. I don't want to give up a lot. After the playoffs, guys was like, I'm out on Jalen. I want to give up Jalen. I'll give up Jalen for KD. And I was like, maybe not me. I don't know if I would. I don't care if we give up Jalen. I'd rather not. I'd rather save Jalen for somebody for a better trade. Just because of the age gap and the fact that he was going to be an all-star this year. Jalen Green was destined to be an all-star this year. But anyway, this is where I'm going with it. No matter how far we get, I don't believe that there's anything that anybody can do that does not directly point to mismanagement by the general manager or the head coach. It's either, it's not going to be being underprepared because Ime is going to prepare you for what the strategy is, and he's going to give you a strategy that can work. Don't mean it will, it mean it can work. And he'll try to make adjustments when he needs to. But if the strategy don't work, you were prepared for what he wanted you to do. You did it. It just plain and simple didn't work. It's Ime's fault. Hey, he'll take that. He'll take that and say it's his fault. If you go in that game and the strategy works, but you still lose, Ime's fault. If the strategy don't work because you can't do it, Raphael Stone fault. You don't add players. Do we still need shooting? Well, we gave up 2 shooters for 1 shooter. We gave up, listen, one brother. Hold on. One nigga told 2 niggas. 2 niggas told 3. 3 ninjas told 4 ninjas. And 4 ninjas came and alerted me. Okay, listen. You gave up 1 shooter. You gave up 2 1 shooter. And now you got a 50, 40, 90 shooter that's expected to outshoot 4 guys. Stop it. Stop it. Y'all think Kevin Durant can do that? All these Rockets fans that will sit up here talking about, we don't really need Kevin Durant, man. We don't need Kevin Durant. He old. The minute we got Kevin Durant, yeah, man, shoot, we got Kevin Durant now, man. Now we're gonna win a championship. We are fanatics. Don't get me wrong. I'm a fanatic too. That's why I'm on here talking 35, 40 minutes about something that we all know the outcome of. I haven't got to the outcome yet. Oh, I buried the lead. I buried it. I'm not even. I haven't even gotten to the real meat and potatoes yet. I'm gonna get that to you in a minute. But this is where I really want to go. This is what Rockets fans do. If you're not a Rockets fan, learn. Listen, you got to live and learn from the best, so you can know how real fans act about their team. What we really be on. Boom, you come out preseason, summer league, smacking, we slapping, we smacking stuff, balling. Man, Reed Shepard in the summer league. He balling. I want to see Cam. Why Cam not playing in the summer league? Cam just MVP his first year. Okay. We get somebody in the draft. Oh yeah, he gonna be a star. He gonna be cold. He balling in summer league. We need to play him. We need to start him. No, he don't got no playing time for that. But we need to keep him up in. He going to the G League. Same thing every year. Okay, boom. See somebody who in the G League, they playing good in summer league. Why we don't got him on the team? Blah 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 blah. I'm gonna be covering it. I'm gonna cover all this. Can you hear me? Chat. Can you hear me in the chat? Put your ones in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, okay. Y'all don't know what happened. But anyway, what I was saying was you don't you don't want the burden, the whole entire burden being on Kevin Durant. He didn't come there so the whole entire burden can be on him. Do you think it's going to be a good idea for Kevin Durant to come here and feel like he's playing by himself? Like he just did that in Phoenix. I mean, obviously, I don't think Armin is going to stick him out like that. Obviously, I don't think Armin is going to leave him for I don't think Armin is going to make it to where he feels like he's competing by himself or he feels like he don't got guys in the trenches because we know as long as Bari and Armin is on the floor, you got two guys that's gonna be ready. They hey look, they gonna be ready to do, you know. And but I just if I had my wish, let me say this. Let me preface this by saying when preseason started, before preseason had started, the year that we got Fred and Dylan, that March, before the playoffs was even really jumping, I said, hey, the Rockets should get Fred Van Vliet this offseason. And when I seen the little back and forth between Dylan and LeBron, and they were saying Dylan Brooks won't be a Memphis Grizzly next year, I was like, there we go. Dylan and Fred, that's a perfect pairing. But I also think that Fred has served his purpose more. I mean, not more than Dylan, but I think he's overstayed his welcome, maybe right to the point of I could see other guys that can do what he do. You know what I mean? I mean, are there other guys who would be better suited to play alongside Armin Thompson, Tari Eason, Kevin Durant? I think so. I think so. But here's another idea. Here's another look. Let me see something. Here's another idea I wanna ask you about. Do you think that you start Jabari, or do you think you bring Jabari off the bench? Me myself personally,
Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. where the halos rust. In the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust. In the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, I'm gonna keep this going for a little while. I think I got somebody gonna hop on in a minute, so I'm gonna push this out for a little while longer because I want to get touch on a couple of more things. I mean, look, really, it's really just it's actually so much going on right now. I'm kind of teeter tottering around the last thing I want to get to because I want to save it. I want to save it. It's gonna really blow your mind. But this let's go into this. Jabari Smith. Do you start Jabari? Because Jabari's position was taken by Amin when Jabari got injured. Well, now Amin might be a legit starter. Amin might be a legit starter. Do you start Amin in the backcourt, you know, with Fred Van Vliet, and then you start Jabari, which will make your front court a nice, sizable, big lineup, Paul, with KD, Jabari Smith Jr., and Alper Shangon. You talk about double bigs. That lineup is massive, bro. That lineup would be massive, bro. With Alp, a legit 6'10, maybe 6'11. I heard somebody say that he was still growing. And to have Alper Shangoon, a Jabari Smith that's probably still growing, and Kevin Durrant. Excuse me, I know y'all don't like brothers to get no water, even though we know that's not no water. That's that 1792, man. But look, um, that's a nice size lineup, bro. Obviously, you know, I like players that are taller than where they fit into a certain position. So Kevin Durant at 3 makes me very comfortable that whoever your shooting guard is going to have a hard time getting off jump shots. But it also makes me very uncomfortable that if your shooting guard is, a ball handler, a slasher, somebody who got a little wiggle to him, that Kevin Durant could be um have his leg looking like a boomerang by the middle of the season. And that is a running theme for this show. Here's what we have to worry about. But let's do the pros first. Pros. 6'11" across the board. You open up with three very good defenders in the middle of your defense and a good defender in Alpha Shangoon and a good defender in Fred VanVleet, which makes your defense still top 3, top 4 in the league. Pros. Your shooting is going to be significantly better because Jabari is so clutch. Kevin Durrant is so clutch. And going down the playoffs, playing the way Jabari played in the playoffs, to me, was one of the best benefits because I've seen, and I've said this since year one, when the lights are the brightest, I'm taking Jabari Smith over every player on our team. Clock, need a shot, need a loose ball, any of that's going on, I'm saying I have a feeling that Jabari, something about the way his heart beat. You know that people always talk about a dog this, a dog that, doggy dog, Snoop doggy dog world. I don't know about none of that. What I do know is that boy got them clutch jeans on. Who made them? I don't know. Clutch jeans by Skip Bayless. Jabari got on them clutch jeans, bro. You know, and I wanna do a. I'm probably gonna do a video of just Jabari clutch shots. Just Jabari clutch shots. So we can really get this man his flowers, bro. And not as like, whatever, but to prop him up because it's going beneath the radar. What Jabari has done is really flying under the radar as to where he lands as a star potential player. People are saying, well, he probably won't be a star, but I would like to have him. He's a winning player. Why is he a winning player? Because he don't shrink under the lights. Not even under the lights, but under the pressure of the tick. That tick, tick, tick. Look at the clock. We got 5 seconds. It don't bother him. He's one of those guys, like I say, when you make him mad, he plays better. When the pressure's on, he focuses better. He focuses better. He doesn't lose focus because of the pressure. It's like it locks him in some kind of way. That's going to be very good to play with Kevin Durant, I think. And it keeps LP from trying to, hey, I have to step out and make threes all the time now. But he said he's working on his threes, and he said he want to be able to shoot them when he need to. And we did see him throughout the playoff step up and flick that ball up there. With that that little shot he got. You know what I mean? Shooting that mug like I don't even know who. I've never seen nobody even really shoot the ball like that, like LP shoot. But all that considered, this is where I'm going. I have cons is I don't like I don't like my backcourt. I don't like a I don't like a backcourt of Fred VanVleet and Ahmed Thompson because Ahmed is not really a ball handler like that. I've seen him do some good stuff with the ball, and I know he played point guard, but I think that was mostly because of speed and athleticism and just being a freakish athlete, you know, and being looked like he was dipped out of a bubble wrap factory or something like that. Like I don't know if he's a legit point guard. I don't know if he's a legit two guard. Let's think of all the shooting guards that couldn't shoot. You thought of all of them? Yeah, you did because it's not none. That's why it's called a shooting guard. They have to be able to shoot the freaking ball, bro. That's the that is the thing. It's in the name. It's in the description of the name. It's in the job description, bro. You can't be a shooting guard if you can't shoot the ball. I don't get it. I don't get the concept of it. So you're gonna put him at point guard? You're gonna put Fred Van Vliet at shooting guard? Why? Why would you do that? Are you just gonna say it don't matter what the name is, but it matters what the job description is, bro? Why even look? This is because I was having this conversation with Papa E, Papa K, and and here's the thing. He was like, it don't matter what the position is, you know. You just put him out there and let him be Kevin Durant. Put him out there and let him be Amin. But here's the thing: when they when you come into the game, announce your job description. They literally have a dude screaming out your job description over the PA system. That would be like you at your job at McDonald's, and when you walk into work, here comes the cook, the patty flipper. And then you walk in and you be like, yeah, but I don't know how to flip patties. I really only know how to make milkshakes. You see what I'm saying? Why would they call you a shooting guard or a point guard if you're not qualified to do the job? Let me tell you why. Because these guys are stuck inside of a box that makes them repeat the same cycles of redundancy and lack of creativity over and over again at all costs. Why do I say this? Because why would they not make Kevin Durant the shooting guard? Because literally, he plays shooting guard. He literally plays shooting guard. He literally does the same thing that Tracy McGrady did, the same thing that Kobe does, the same thing that Jordan does, the same thing that DeMar DeRozan does. He literally plays the position, son. But we don't want him to hold a shooting guard. Really? So because you don't want him to be defensively assigned to a person, you're going to not call him what he is in total. How about you call him what he does? Shooting forward, maybe. But do we have a player that's a better shooting guard than Kevin Durant? I think not. I think not. And I think that our lineup would be scarier if the lineup was Fred VanVleet at point guard. He does that. Kevin Durant at shooting guard. He does that. Amin Thompson at small forward. He does that. Jabari Smith Jr. at power forward. He does that. And Alper Shangoon at center. He does that. That makes sense. It just makes sense. And you say, well, you don't want Kevin Durant to have to hold the shooting guards. Who is it that you don't want Kevin Durant to hold? Where is this magical shooting guard that's so magnificent that Kevin Durant can't hold them? Is it Devin Booker? Is it Anthony Edwards? Is it Jalen Green? Maybe. Maybe that's it. Maybe you're saying to yourself, shooting guards are really fast and really athletic, like Jalen Green. Therefore, you don't want Kevin Durant to have to be considered a shooting guard because you don't want him to be exposed by players like Jalen Green, who we just got rid of. Does this remind you of anything? Well, I got a story for you. Here's a story of a lovely lady. All right. So I'm finna blow your mind. Let me blow your mind with this right here. This is what it's gonna be. Let me tell you what it reminds me of. And this is what I came to say. All of the rambling and the fluff, it's just pretty little clouds to build you up for this moment. And I'll be right back. No, I'm just playing. This is what I wanted to say. This is what I want y'all to know. Does this remind you of something? That you gave away a guy that played well against another guy. Puts me in the mind of, let's say, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 25 years ago, somewhere around that time. No, more than that, 30, 30, am I right? 30 years ago? So about 30 years ago, there was a player, a very underrated player, probably one of the most underrated players in all basketball history. His name was Robert Ory. This is the guy, 100 blocks, 100 steals, 100 threes. That guy, right? That guy. 100 blocks, 100 steals, 100 threes. Is that right? Yeah, that guy. Stocks, the stock man. Okay. Um, 7 threes in the finals. That guy, right? 7 steals in the finals. 7 steals, Robert Ory. That guy. Go behind his back, dunk on you. That guy. Boing. Off the even leg of the left leg, dunk with the left hand. That guy. Big shot Bob as he went on to become 6'10. Played like Scottie Pippen without the handle. Had hops like Stacey Augmon. Had a silky smooth jumper. And he was a defensive phenom. 3 years on the Rockets. Defensive phenom. And for some strange reason, after we go to the playoffs and he holds Charles Barkley scoreless in a whole half, like the MVP of the season comes into the playoffs getting buckets. Robert Ory comes in, locks him up. And when I mean locks him up, I mean scoreless. This is not in like today's league where everybody's switching and everybody gets a chance. This ain't that. This is one guy. I'm on Charles Barkley's hip, who is the round mound of chunky butts in the league. And one guy is standing right behind him, poking the ball loose, jumping over every time they try to pass the ball to him, ripping him, putting his hands up, blocking shots. That's literally looking like the thing that be out in the front of the thing when you go to get a telephone or a car, the little big tall flappy thing. That's what Robert Ory was looking like holding Charles Barkley. He was literally flapping all over the place, just doing anything, and Charles Barkley could not do jack. Guess what happened? Anybody know the story? Of course you do, because this is as common as Cinderella, especially for Houston Rockets fans. Here's what the story is for those of you who don't know. The very next year after we win the championship, the Rockets traded for Charles Barkley. You would listen, I can't make this up. I can't make this up. You mean to tell me that I'm a conspiracy theorist because I think the league be setting up certain shit for the to mess up the Rockets franchise? Like, oh, the Rockets need somebody to help with Dennis Rodman and Karl Malone, even though they wasn't in the damn playoff game. It was Charles Barkley. So let's go get Charles Barkley and trade the person who just shut down Charles Barkley because we need somebody for help with Dennis Rodman and Karl Malone. So they traded Robert Ory. Not only did they trade Robert Ory, they traded Sam Cassell. Not only did they trade Sam Cassell, they traded Chucky Brown. Cat Brown, as I used to call him. Every time he got the ball under the rim, he was dunking. Every time he touched the ball underneath the rim, he was dunking. Why is that important? Because I want people to understand this. The Rockets have been a model of consistency. The Houston Rockets have literally been the most consistent team in the NBA. The Houston Rockets, listen, my Houston Rockets are fundamentally across the board icons, the face of regularity. When it comes to getting old players who are past their prime, I'm finna shut the damn stream off. Listen to what I'm telling you. This team will go down in history for trading young talent and getting old people who washed up about to be out the league in a couple of years. And I don't want to say washed because they make washed up seem so bad. So let me just say, um, you remember when you used to have a bicycle and you would ride that bicycle and the pedals would break, but you still could ride it, but it just had the little round thing on there and your feet would have to slip when you ride it because the flat part of the pedals was broke, but you could still ride the bike. That's the kind of players the Rockets get. That's what the Rockets like. We get these players that passed on us. They passed on the Rockets, bro, when they went to the other team. It's the girl that chose the quarterback in high school. And he didn't make it to the league, so he selling cars, which is a good job, by the way. But you just a cool dude. And she see you later, and now she's like, hey man, I didn't know you was, you know, gonna be looking the way that you looking now. But I passed on you then. Because remember, Kevin Durant was a free agent. And we had James Harden when he was a free agent. And and we were probably the second best team in the league when he was a free agent. Stop me when I'm wrong. Somebody, Jim Carrey. I'm smoking. Kevin Durant looked at the Houston Rockets, who had a way better team than we have now. James Harden right there, scoring 60 points when he want to. Getting 15 and 50. 15 assists, 50 points. 10 rebounds. Balling out of control. Probably the best offensive player we have ever seen, including Kevin Durant. Mind you, I made a video today saying Tracy McGrady was right up there with Kevin Durant. And I was bloviating. I was bloviating. Because offensively, we have never seen a guy like James Harden. Well, I wonder if Tracy McGrady was playing for Mike D'Antoni. Could he have been what James Harden was? The world may never know. Tootsie Roll sent over Tootsie Pop. Listen. You look over, you see James Harden balling out of control. Who's on the team with James Harden? We had Trevor Ariza and some guys and some, you know, just some hard working defenders. Clint Capella and some stuff like that. You know who would have fit wonderfully and brought the Rockets a championship at their prime before they had Achilles problems? Oh, yeah, the guy who went to Golden State Warrior and delivered them 2 championships. Man, get the F out of here, bro. And now all of a sudden, could Kevin Durant need to go to Houston? Uh, uh, do you know who Kevin Durant should go to? Houston. Houston. I really think Kevin Durant, you know what voice this is. I really think Kevin Durant should go to Ime Udoka and those guys. I think Kevin Durant should go to Houston. And listen, bro. Hey, I think Kevin Durant going down to H Town and my mama told me that Kevin Durant gonna go down to H Town and them guys gonna be a better team than what you thought they were gonna. Man, look, bro. None of y'all throughout the whole media cycle brought up the fact that when Kevin Durant had a chance to go to Houston and play with James Harden, and I want to say that was the year we had Trevor Ariza. We might have had, I want to say, was it Clint Capella, and I don't know if Crybaby Face was on the team at the time. Crybaby Face, the one that every time he do something, he cry. Um, what's his name? Shout out to Taim. Robert Ory is a great, yeah, he is. I look. Shout out to Taim in the chat, man. What's the guy name who cry? Taim, what's the guy name who cry every time he shoot the ball, man? And somebody touch him. Play for the Rockets when James Harden was here. Anybody know? Anyway, all those guys was on the team. They was all on the team, bro. And Kevin Durant looked over and he sees, you want to come up on the panel, bro? Type one if you want to come on the panel, man. I'll drop the link. All those guys was on the team, bro. Kevin Durant looks over and he says, nah, I go to Golden State, who already gonna win a championship anyway. F competition. F James Harden. F Houston Rockets. F Daryl Morey. F H Town. You know what I mean? And now all of a sudden, because we got a bunch of young players and a coach like Ime, now the guys all of a sudden saying, you know what I want to do? I want to go to Houston. I'm going to force my way to Houston. It's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. I have no reason to believe that Kevin Durant did this because he likes Houston or likes the Rockets. And I don't believe that the media played this fairly. Because if the media was being fair, they would have said something. They would have mentioned the fact that Kevin Durant could have came to Houston when he went to Golden State. Nobody brought it up. Nobody said anything about the Houston Rockets missing out on Kevin Durant in 2015. Was it 2015, 2016? Right? Exactly. I don't. Okay. So now, where are we at? We're looking back and we're saying Charles Barkley. Who was next? David Wesley. David Wesley was a good player, right? Tracy McGrady. Oh no, my bad. Scottie Pippen. I gotta go from Charles Barkley to Scottie Pippen because after we got Charles Barkley, we were looking around the league and we said, hey, who else is past their prime that we can get? Scottie Pippen. Oh, let's try him. He's old and was good at one time. Why don't we get Scottie? He can dribble. Oh, he can? He can dribble a basketball? Yeah. He's a professional basketball player. He should be able to dribble a basketball. Even if he is 6'7", 6'8". That's his job. There wasn't nothing amazing about Scottie Pippen being able to dribble a basketball. Everybody can dribble a basketball. I mean, except for Armin Thompson. Now what? Now we sitting there with Charles Barkley and Scottie Pippen, Keem Olajuwon. And guess what they do? Boom. I'm going to trade Olajuwon. I'm, I'm going to get rid of Pippen. I'm going to get rid of Barkley. And I'm going to trade Olajuwon. Bring in Steve Francis. Now we got Steve Francis and Yao. We got a young team growing. We trade Olajuwon. Guess what? Let's trade Steve Francis for guess who? You got it. Tracy McGrady after the injury. So we get T-Mac. Mind you, love me some Mac, man. I'm a Mac supporter. I'm a Mac supporter, bro. I support Mac because he said he thought about going to get steroids, bro. Listen, T-Mac said when his back was messed up when he played for the Rockets, he thought about going to get on the roids to fix his back, bro. He thought about going to get on that LeBron James, son. That's a real ninja right there. He finna go get on that LeBron just so he can do what he needs to do. That's somebody who hurt, and that's like, I know my potential. I gotta get on this LeBron so I can get better. You heard me? These dudes ain't ready. They ain't about that life. But T-Mac was about that. T-Mac said, hey, give me that LeBron James, I'll be better than ever. But he didn't. So there we end up with T Mac. We got Yao. Boom. Oh, let's look around the league. Hmm. Who over there? Oh, shoot. Oh, old Ron Artest. Now, that being said, Ron Artest came in and did not look old. He was slowing down at the time. Artest was slowing down. I'm getting old, but you can't really tell because I'm so physically um so physically just dominant as far as being able to impose my will on everybody else. Not as quick a fleet of foot as he used to be when he was in Indiana, you know, or when he was with the Bulls, he was just a fleet of foot where he could be super strong and super fast, but he was still strong and he still can get you buckets. Ron Artest would still get you buckets, bro, when he came to Houston, even though he was on his third team. Now we add them up. Barkley, Pippen, T-Mac, Artest. Anybody else was on that team? Oh, yeah. Forgot about Damon Wesley. David Wesley, I mean. David Wesley came from Charlotte. I mean, you got to get some old players, but David Wesley was a pretty good shooting guard. Do we have Danny Barrows? I don't know. But David Wesley was a pretty good shooting guard who, when he came to Houston, we tried to use him as a small forward or something crazy. Bob Sura. Bob Sura was another one. Look, don't get me started. I'm just saying, I get that you have to get players from somewhere. It's only a limited pool. It's only 300 or something players that play for the NBA or something, however it go. You know, you got 30 teams, you got 15, so it's 300 plus players that play in the NBA. Whatever, you got a small pool of players to pick from, and all of them not going to be younger than their prime. But I'm saying, you get a Bobby Thorah, who was one of the boingiest white boys ever. I don't know if he was Scottish or he was from Malibu Heights or what, but that dude could jump. Flat out jump. Strong in the air when he jumped. Super athletic. Just just core. Just strong when he jumped. Right? But he was old when we got him. David Wesley. Let's put David Wesley, T Mac, and Bobby Sura on the team together. Do y'all see what I'm getting at here? Because it might sound like I'm rambling, but if you follow the logic of what I'm saying something important. Okay, let's go a little bit further. Boom. Daryl Moore is able to stay afloat throughout those years. We get some players, we lose some players. We go through the era of the, you know, Mo Taylors and all that stuff, old Jawan Howards, and you know what I mean? Notice I said old Jawan Howard, which is absurd. Like Jawan Howard was never like top tier player, but he was literally the apple of Houston Rockets offense, bro. Jawan Howard was like, we got Jawan Howard, and we rushing to the TV to go watch Jawan Howard. Man, let's go watch Jawan Howard, bro. We are literally driving ourselves insane, bro, with this Houston Rockets. Listen, I got a brother, man, who stopped just like who like he my brother. So we grew up sports, hooping, woo wop, games, basketball, 2K, outside, park, whatever. Who just literally was like, okay, I'm kind of cool. I'm kind of cool on basketball at this point, right? Like I'm just cooling on basketball altogether. Like what? How you just gonna be just cool on basketball? Just like you just chilling on it? Like you don't even. And now when I think about it, I'm like, it was in the era like you can look at the teams that people like and be like, this dude is actually rushing to his house to go watch Jawan Howard. And if I'm right, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody. If somebody, did we have Chuck Hayes and Jawan Howard playing together at the same time? my, my, my mind is foggy right now, bro. Did we have Chuck Hayes and Jawan Howard playing at the same time? I know Chuck Hayes played with y'all mean. I know Jawan Howard was somewhere right in that, right in that time frame. And it seemed like at some point between the Mo Taylor, Jawan Howard, Stromile Swift, Eddie Griffin, and both of those two. If Eddie Griffin and Stromile Swift could have coexisted around the same time, if they both could have played for the Rockets and kind of, if we could have had those two guys play and be able to play at the same time, that would have been great fun to watch, bro. Because I loved watching the way both of those guys played. But Jawan Howard, Mo Taylor, both of them guys was kind of, you know, they was Mo Taylor was proven to not be a winner. Coming from was it Sacramento, Portland. Jawan Howard was kind of moving past his prime. Okay, and I'm just tally marks. These are just tally marks, bro. I'm just letting y'all know right now. These are just tally marks. Tally whack, tally bag. Boop. You didn't eat the peanuts. Come get this tally whacker. Listen, listen. Jawan Howard. Okay, what's next? We managed to make it out of that era, and we started drafting. So we drafted some Carl Landrys and some, you know, and Daryl Morey decides at some point, hey, we want a bunch of little bitty point guards who can put pressure on the defense. And I, being the person that I am, I'm sitting with my dad and I'm saying, why is he trying to change the league into little dribblers? Like, haven't we already done this before? Did we already not find out that even Calvin Murphy, as good as he was, wasn't gonna be able to just sustain the league? Like you have to literally be a Calvin Murphy, Isaiah Thomas, or somebody like that to really be dominant. To really be effective in this league. You're not just gonna just get a bunch of 6'2" guards and try to, yeah, because they was trying to open up the league. And I think this is a NBA initiative to open up the floor of the game. And Daryl Morey was hired or promoted to spearhead it. And he literally went on a little person drafting spree. This is not my point, but I'm going to go ahead and just go through this for you. He drafted a bunch of little guards, 6'3" shooting guard, Luther Head, 6-foot point guard, Aaron Brooks, a series of 6'7" small forwards and power forwards. Like from 2009 to 2000 and when he got fired, he literally drafted every year a 6'8" small forward or power forward every year, every single year. Not once did he say, "Hey, let me get a guy who's 7 foot and put him at power forward." Let me get a guy who's 6'8", 6'7", and put him at shooting guard. Not one time, bro, did you find a guy who was taller than his position and say, let me stick him. Let me stick him here to make my team better. But I digress. I'm coming back to that. I'm going to come back to that. I'm getting at this. Year after year after year, we trade for players. We get players. Got James Harden was the best thing Daryl Morey ever did. The next thing he did was get an old Dwight Howard. With the what do you always say? I had through my I forgot what he say. His something was messed up. He always said every time. I'm drawing a blank. But Dwight Howard was hurt coming from LA. We got him in Houston and they played good, but we didn't. He was already developed into what he was going to be, and he couldn't be more because he wasn't fully healthy. He was hurt, so he couldn't be better than what he was. And they didn't get pieces that was going to make that team better. You know what they got? Jeremy Lin, who, by the way, could have been a make or break player for that team because James Harden was supposed to be the shooting guard. Jeremy Lin had just had Lin's sanity, and you bring him in with James Harden, and that would have been a good deal, even though we didn't have, I forgot we had Kevin Martin for a while. But before we got James Harden, we had got an older Kevin Martin who had just played for Sacramento. But anyway, let me not go there. I want to go to Dwight Howard, who was injured. Okay, boom. Dwight Howard leaves. We bring in Chris Paul, old, injured. He leaves. We bring in Russell Westbrook, old, injured. He leaves. And in the midst of all that, Kevin Durrant had the chance to come to Houston. He had the chance to come to Houston, bro. I don't want Rockets fans telling me about nothing about Jack, about what I'm talking about. Don't tell me nothing, bro, about how I feel about Kevin Durant. I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm not saying I'm against him. He's a Rocket now. I'm gonna ride with the Rockets. Period. But what I'm saying is the media sold y'all a wooden nickel. The media just sold y'all an ugly truck. I promise they did. I promise. I promise the media just gave y'all a wooden nickel, bro. The media got y'all feeling like this was a good deal for the Rockets. When Kevin Durant was a free agent, you know what they was doing? Oh shoot, Kevin Durant need to go to New York. Kevin Durant need to go to LA. Kevin Durant need to go to woobity wop woobity wop. Nobody, not one person said, hey, Kevin Durant should go pair up with James Harden in Houston. When Kevin Durant was a free agent, again, Kevin Durant need to go to New York. Kevin Durant need to go to. Nobody said Kevin Durant should go pair up with James Harden in Houston. Nobody said it. Are you telling me that Kevin Durant got beef with James Harden? I mean, obviously, if you remember the All Star game where Kevin Durant chose not to draft James Harden, they were sitting there giggling and sniggling about it. You know what I mean? But I think that's to say you don't want to win because you rather go play with Draymond. Draymond then called you a B to your face, and you still go out there and play. But a dude like James, who out here getting buckets, you could go over there and win, but you want to giggle and sniggle in the All Star game because he a ball hog or whatever you think he is. But really, he doing the same thing y'all admire Kobe for doing. He doing the same thing that y'all be riding Kobe Wood for the exact same thing. I'm gonna keep shooting this ball because ain't nobody else gonna get us no dub. So I'm gonna get us the dub by myself. I'm gonna go out here and score 63. I'm gonna get and Kevin Durant passed on Houston 2 times, bro. 2 times Kevin Durant passed on Houston. And then you know it wasn't really no beef because when Kevin Durant and Kyrie got to Brooklyn, what they do? Come on, James, come play with us. I'd have told him, beep, 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 beep. Look,
Stay safe.
that's what I would have told him. I'm not coming out there, bro. Y'all had a chance to come play with me. Y'all had a chance to come play with me. You had a chance to come to Houston and play with me, and you didn't. And I'm that kind of one, though. I'm that one. As long as Kevin Durant is wearing the mustard or the ketchup, or the mustard, the silver and gold, the dunkster knot, whatever, as long as Kevin Durant is playing basketball and Clutch the Bear is rooting for him. If you got Clutch out there hula hooping in his body and shirt cannon into the audience, I'm gonna root for you. But at the same time, in the back of my mind, I know what you did, player. I know what you did. You had a chance. You had a chance to come play for Houston, and you didn't. You listen, bro. Y'all can say what you want to. I'm a real Rockets fan. I want to see the Rockets get a championship. Do you think this is set up for the Rockets to get a championship? Do you think that the league will let Houston get a championship? Let me tell you what happens. If Kevin Durant goes to Houston and gets a championship, what happens to his legacy? It gets better. Do you think the league it has anything about the way the narrative has been around Kevin Durant? Does anything say that the NBA, Disney, ESPN, Adam Silver, Stephen Colbert, anybody want Kevin Durant to have a better legacy than what he has? Does anything make you believe that? No, no. Nothing makes you believe that the league wants Kevin Durant to have a better legacy. Why is that important? Because I don't think they'll ever let him get another championship. I don't think if Kevin Durant is on the floor getting buckets, that they're going to call fouls for Shangoon. I just don't think so. Right? So my point is this. My point is we have been the most consistent team in all of basketball at getting old players after their prime and just having them, just having them, just to have the jersey in Houston and maybe get some jersey sales or something. But at what expense? At what expense have we got these players into Houston? Has it helped us at all? Not really. Not really. It's good through the season, but we was already good in the season. We was already doing well without Kevin Durant. We was matter of fact, I would say we were doing better without Kevin Durant than what we'll be doing with Kevin Durant. Why do I say that? Because the promise, the potential of what the Houston Rockets could be, grandioso. Now, since since we have Kevin Durant, everything is gonna be magnified. Every single thing that happens is gonna be magnified because Kevin Durant is on the team. The minute he gets hurt, season over for us. Maybe somebody steps up and bails us out, but 9 times out of 10, what we gonna get? Fred VanVleet needs to get traded. Kevin Durant not a good leader for the young core. Whatever, whoop-de-wop, whoop-de-wop. I can't even, in my mind, I'm thinking after James left and we started to rebuild, the players that we got, they were nothing burgers, just a bunch of nothing burgers. But everything was old. Everything that we've done has been leading up to this. And now, what do we have? We have a 36-year-old Kevin Durant. We have top 10 center. I would like to say top 5 center in the league in Alfred Sengun. We have the second, third best, um, the second or third best perimeter defender in all of basketball, and Amin Thompson. We have the best scorer in the game, the best all around scorer in the game. Give or take 3 or 4 years. And we have arguably the best up and coming coach. You know what else we have? A track record that says Kevin Durant will not help this team because at some point his age, injuries are just going to be too much to overcome. His age and his injuries are just going to be too much to overcome. I don't think that is. I don't think that is too much else I can. I don't think it's too much else I can say about the history of the Houston Rockets when it comes to just getting old players. It's not a. It's not a. I mean, it's not clear cut and dry. This is not a thing to where you can say, "Hey, look, yeah, we get old players, but it's been productive, but it's been beneficial." That's not the case. Okay? No, it's not the case. Not at all. It's been an ongoing cycle. It's been a how do you say? It's been a vicious this this is very, you know, shade room. This is it's been a vicious cycle, with the Rockets and above their prime players. I don't I'm not blown away with the trade. What else do I have to say? I mean, what else do I have to say to get it through your head? I'm not blown away with the trade. You ever heard of a pipe dream? You ever heard of a fairy tale? You ever heard of just smoke and mirrors? Well, this is what it looks like. It looks like the media has just convinced 6 million, what, how many people's in Houston? 5 point something million people in Houston, that some kind of way trading for Kevin Durant right now was better than keeping the fifth best point guard in the West. So the fifth best point guard in the shooting guard in the NBA. Top five perimeter defender in the NBA. You got a top five perimeter defender in the NBA. And the fifth best shooting guard in the NBA on your team, bro. You trade it all for the best overall score. I can't even say he's the best overall scorer because that probably got to be um Nikola Jokic at this point, or Luka Doncic, or whatever his name is. I don't even know how he's Luka Doncic, Luka Doncic. You know what I mean? I mean, at some point you have to just face the facts, bro. You have to face the facts that unless the Rockets, unless Stone, unless Stone is really, really on his ish, we are in for a very disappointing year. Mark my words, we are in for a very disappointing year if Stone doesn't do something that blows up the league. And here's the thing, if he does something that blows up the league, it could cost us. What am I saying? I'm saying you sign Fred VanVleet. That's your trade piece. You go after another player. Well, they're not going to just take Fred VanVleet. They're going to want something else. And I'm saying you trade Fred VanVleet and something else or something that makes you, solidifies you as the favorite. And I don't mean an old player, bro. I don't mean bring, oh, we need Kyrie because we know what Kyrie going to do. Yeah, he going to be hurt. No, I don't mean that. That's not what I'm talking about. You know, I mean, do your due diligence. Do your due diligence. You want to bring in Ty Jerome? Okay, let's talk about Ty Jerome. You want to go try to get Dalton Connect and bring him off your bench? Okay, let's do something like that. You want to try to get let's see, any more good point guards out there that's like, really looking like that boy? What's money that come from money that play for Houston, play for the Houston Cougars? Dylan Harper. What's it? That's right, Dylan Harper, right? I mean, you want to try to. I don't. I mean, I was not a forward, but if you want to try to do something that bolsters the team and really makes us a solidified contender, there are players like I said, like Jaren Jackson Jr. that you can get away from a team like Phoenix. You could literally get a Jaren Jackson Jr. away from Phoenix. I mean, I don't care what you say about it. I know you can do it. But they're not looking at that. They're looking at the fact that he didn't do great in the playoffs. And his value is down. And I don't know, but he's the defensive player of the year. He's a stretch four. So you put a stretch four defensive player of the year next to Kevin Durant and Alper Shangoon and Amin Thompson. Hey, bro. That's all I'm saying, bro. Do something like that, man. Do something that makes you a legitimate, solidified, powerhouse. Something that breaks the mold of what you actually contend with. You can't really even think about how do you match up when I have Armin Thompson and Jared Jackson Jr. on the floor together. What you gonna do with that? What could you actually do with a team that has Armin Thompson and Jared Jackson Jr. on the floor together? Not much. Not much. You know. Now, I mean, obviously, Armin is. I mean, Jaren Jackson Jr. is a power forward that's going to be getting a contract extension this year. Let's see if we can look at what his contract extension would look like. I mean, I got time today, bro. I got time today. We finna look and see what Jaren Jackson Jr. contract extension would look like. Okay. Okay. So Jaren Jackson Jr. contract would be like um fully guaranteed. He actually did, it's 104.7 million through this year. It's his rookie extension. So how old is Jaren Jackson Jr.? 26. So listen, bro. 25, 26, 23.4 million, bro. 23.4 million. Um so if he wanted to extend, he could extend up to 4 years, right? And he could be up. So if James Jackson Jr. was going to extend uh, up to 140%, and so let's say the annual raises would be like 8%. So his final year would be 23.4, 25-26 season this year. And he would extend for a total contract of 147 over 4 years, which 32, 35, 38, 41. Fred Van Vliet make more than that right now. And I guarantee you, bro, Fred Van Vliet is nowhere as valuable to this team as Jaren Jackson Jr. would be. But somewhere there's some what's Shrek best friend is one of them somewhere saying, but yeah, Jaren Jackson Jr. snuck it up in the playoff, just like Jalen Green. But yeah, he was the defensive player of the year before this. Last year, he was the defensive player of the year. Right? I mean, the guy is 26 years old. He fits the timeline, bro. He fits the timeline for what our players are. And if we was to move on from Fred Van Vliet and get a player like Jaren Jackson Jr., and then it would make sense to have you know, Armin Thompson or somebody just stepping into a better slot, moving into a better position, and trying to take that next step. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's the best player in the league right now. What I am saying is that Jaren Jackson Jr. will be probably not this particular year, but because I don't think that if you have Jaren, well, see, here's the thing. I don't think that Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to score any less than Fred Van Vliet in the playoffs because Fred Van Vliet snuck it up in the playoffs. He just had one game where he played good. He literally had one game where he played well, and that was the only game where he was able to outplay Steph Curry, give the team some hope, and now the rest of the guys are supposed to take over. LP can't do it by itself. It's ridiculous. Let's see. Kevin Durant hears howls, smiles after learning the Rockets trade. Okay, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, multiple draft picks. That's the 2 picks and 5 second rounders, which I like the 5 second rounders instead of a bunch of first. Makes sense. Join Al Shangoon and Fred Van Vliet. Okay. Let's ask Durant himself, the superstar on the stage. Fanatics, first, some of the fans reading the news on their smartphones start yelling at Durant that he been traded. Durant was on a panel moderated by journalist Taylor Rooks and called Global Game Changers with Qatari businessman Nasser Al Khalifa. Okay. Seemed like there's news that seemed like there's a news report that has just taken place about Kevin Durant's destination, Rook said. I believe that KD has been traded to the Houston Rockets. The fans in attendance who were already howling while catching the breaking news on their smartphones barked louder when the news was announced in public. Brooks then asked Durant about the trade, while the superstar seems to just stare deep into the rafters of his mind. Then he smiled, changed his posture, and said, "We're gonna see what happens." Tell me the song you always play on game day, Rook said after the noise died down a bit. Durant smiled. Raining in Houston. That's my friend Drake. I can't make this shit up, bro. I can't make this shit up, bro. Raining in Houston? That's what you play on game day? You wasn't playing raining in Houston on game day when you hit free agency 2 times in a row? No. Did you rain in Houston? Was you playing that song then? Nope. Not at all. After Durant settled down in the loft to sign some autographs, but the fans just threw a bunch of stuff at him. Hopefully his time in Houston will go more smoothly. Well, I'll say this. Here's the facts. We're gonna talk shit about you, bro, but we're not gonna hate on you, bro. That's just a fact. We ain't gonna hate on you, bro. We're gonna talk some shit. Especially, I mean, to be honest, I'm gonna get all my shit out now because after the draft day, I won't have to say nothing else about this trade because we'll see who the Phoenix Suns take and who we could have had. And then when the summer league start, we'll be able to look at who the Phoenix Suns took, how he plays in the summer league, and then we can fantasize about, hey, we could have got him. You know what I would have liked for Kevin Durant to say? I would have liked for Kevin Durant to say, I'm going to go win a championship for them guys. We'll see what happens, bro. No, no. I'm going to go win a chip. Let's go get a chip. H-Town. Let's get this chip, baby. That's what we want to hear. We don't want to hear no, we'll see what happens. Man, look, fam. This is ridiculous right here. And I'm not even, I know it might sound like I'm just dogging the trade. I'm just I'm just getting the main stuff out the way, bro. The stuff that people not gonna say. That's all. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to say the stuff that ain't nobody gonna say, man. Cause everybody's so wrapped up in the fact that we did something. They build up the anticipation so far that people are just happy that we did anything. And they push it like, oh, he might go to San Antonio. Oh, the Heat gonna get him. The Heat gonna get him if they give him Khalil Ware. They're about to give up Khalil Ware. They about to give up Khalil Ware. Uh, and so now the anticipation and FOMO make Houston Rockets fans feel like, what we gonna do? What we gonna do? And then you get him, and then all of a sudden you say, hey, well, now that we got him, what's up? Now that you got him, what's popping? Right? Nothing. Nothing. Ain't nothing going on but the bomb bomb rap song. Why do I say that? The exact reason I said it is for this reason right here. Um, I'm saying that because I'm saying that because I don't like the fact that he said we'll see what happens. I don't like the fact that he said we'll see what happens. I would have liked for him to say, I think with Ime and the young core we got, we can win. I think I think we can win a championship this year. That's that's what I would have liked to hear. Did I hear that? Not at all. Not at all. Not even one little bit. Not even one small little bit. And I don't. Let's see. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna see if I can join. Let's see. At 5 o'clock. Let's see if we can join in over here. I wonder if I can join. Subscribe. I'm gonna see if I can join on over here with the boys, man. 'Cause I see I might can get in on Chop. I might jump in with the Chop Shop. Shout out to my boy. Let's see. Let's see. June 27. Notification on. No, I mean, this is what I'm saying, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and I'm probably gonna see if I can join in with the Chop Shop and get off a couple of takes over there because at this point, I mean, you know, I'm cooking, but they don't nobody want to know what I got to say about it. You know what I mean? So let me see where I'm at. Y'all just hold on for a second. If you're listening today or tomorrow or later, just stay with me. It's gonna we still going up. We still going up because mind you, mind you, even though I'm going in, it's still one of the biggest trades that you know. It's still one of the bigger trades, bro. So It's still one of the bigger trades that we've experienced. There's people all over here. Everybody talking, man. Everybody talking. And I'm just going through, man. I'm just yo. Let's see. Let's see what we're gonna do, man. What we gonna do over here? Yeah, be respectful. Join the discussion. Got it. Got it. Yo. Yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna try to see, man. I'm gonna try to see what's happening because if I can jump in on a couple more pods, I'm gonna see if I can keep this going, and that way anybody who come to either one of mine, and if when they shut down, if they want to come jump on this cat, we'll keep it going, man. I'll keep it going for the next. I don't gotta get off of here right now. We're gonna keep it going, right? Exactly. Let me see. Let me see if I can a little dead weight in little but look, Kevin Durrant traded this 1 hour ago. Look, 13K views, bro. 13K views, bro. I ain't even tripping on the views. I just want I just want the smoke, man. I just want people to hear what I'm thinking because ultimately all I'm saying is it's more to it, bro. It's more to it than what people are actually talking about. Like everybody gonna say the same thing. And I want y'all to be here. The people who effing with this channel, the people who get the red alerts, y'all gonna get the hot take first. And everybody who coming in and saying this later, y'all gonna know who said it first, bro. And then y'all can really just look back and be like, you know, when he talk, people listen, man. When he talk, people listen. When I talk, people really don't listen, but they should. They should because what do you call it when what do you call it when something new happened and everybody just kind of be prisoner of the moment and they just be like, not like rose colored glasses or what. Um, Not like rose colored glasses and all that, but it's something where you call it where it's like you just believing in whatever because it's the new hotness. It's the new thing, and you just falling for the okie doke, really, and basically in a nutshell. And that's what I think is what in the Sam Sneezy is going on here. That's what I really think is happening. I really believe in my mind that I heard this right here already, not live. I really believe in my mind that no, this is crazy. How you gonna not be there? I really believe in my mind that this is not. I mean, it's going to go underneath the radar. It's going to go underneath the radar, man. And people just going to be talking and talking and talking about, look, Kevin Durant dealt to the Rockets something. Gambino, and a Gambo grade trade. I don't know about that. Kevin Durant trades to the Rockets. Instant reaction. Suns ruined. The Suns are ruined. The Rockets finals contenders. The Rockets are finals contenders, bro. Cheese and rice. Kevin Durant, truly a team's missing championship piece. You got Skip Bayless and Matt Barnes on it. No way, bro. Listen, if anybody believes for 1 second that the man is going to be healthy at the end of the season, I mean, I'll say it again. It's not likely to happen. It's highly unlikely. Well, you know what? Maybe by the end of the season, he might can be healthy because he'll probably get hurt early in the season or in the middle of the season. And maybe by the end of the season, he'll be coming back to where he can play, but not be full potential. That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. So, this is what I'm going to do right quick. If you come in, hey, you can hit the link. I'm going to take a 2-minute break.
Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. lows, rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grass standing. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grass standing. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body hold 12 lurk. If I shoot, I murk. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask.
Okay. So I wasn't able to. I was trying to share it straight from here. So just give me a minute and look. Y'all come in. If y'all come in, just hang out for a little while, man. I'm gonna see if people want to come up, and then I'm gonna come right back. A little short break right now. I ain't tripping on it, you know what I mean? Try one more time to see if I can share it.
go-to scorer. They lacked an shooter.
Okay, I'm back.
But I don't think he ever came off the bench in Houston. Now, that's not even a question. You lose 2 starters, you get Kevin, you gain 1 starter back, and now Jabari Smith
Got
and
a
Ben
little
Thompson,
echo.
it just naturally makes sense for both of them to start, right? And these are more on-ball reps for Ben Thompson. So to the same tune of Reed Shepard. Ben Thompson gets more on-ball reps, right? Now, I've been skeptical of him as like a full-time point guard. I don't think he has to be that. By the way, Fred Van
One or
He's 21
something,
and a half million,
and then
I
Jalen is
forget,
at 35. So that's what is that like?
56, 57 million,
Yeah,
something like
yeah,
that.
yeah, like 56. Yeah.
So if KD walks, they just open all that money up. I don't know
Right.
exactly how it looks on the cap sheet. If like, I have to look at it, so I don't know for sure. But to your point about Stone operating for the future, this move does leave open the room. If things go
Yeah.
south and it doesn't work, it does leave open the room for flexibility to do something next summer, right? So you're not
Yeah.
tied to Jalen Green anymore. That Jalen Green extension actually turned out to be kind of genius because you flipped him for KD, so it works.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you get a return of Kevin Durant, it looks
works
good.
out, right?
Even the Jalen Green draft.
Yeah, and man, they didn't even give up any of the Suns picks, bro. So like they dealt with the Suns and they didn't even have to give them back any of their picks. So they're still plotting on Phoenix's downfall. And very awkward for Phoenix to have Brad Beal, Devin Booker, and now Jalen Green. I'm actually interested to see like what that basketball looks like, but I can't imagine it's going to be pretty or efficient. But I don't know.
It's going to be pretty much if they don't marginally or improve their team a lot, then it's going to be a worse version of what they were last year, because essentially you're just swapping out Kevin Durant for Jalen Green with their redundancy and play styles. Because to me, they're all kind of redundant. It's just that KD is just super efficient. I think to your point about like the basketball fit, I mean, this is incredibly interesting. I think that he is almost the perfect player to put into the Rockets team, because he supplements everybody's weakness to an extent, right? You think about if with like a man's shooting, you get that offset by him being such a cold shooter. With Şengün, a lot of times he's operating in a crowded space, and some of the shot selection or the shot types he's able to get, given the style of offense we run, he alleviates a lot of that. You get somebody that you can run some two-man action with your guards. You can do Şengün and KD pick and rolls. You can do the same actions that they ran with Fred, where Fred is the screener. Those 5-1 pick and rolls. Instead, just get Şengün, bring the ball up, and KD can come up for a back screen, and then you can play out of that. So it's so much, and I think I love it for Jabari.
Yes.
Preferably for me, honestly, I still think on a construction-wise, we still need a rim pressure ball handler to create some of those shots because I don't think Fred is that. I think you hope a man develops more, and I'm assuming that's where they're going to task him with doing. But if he doesn't, I still think they can still make a move to get a guard that can get downhill. I think that'll be the final piece as far as with just having a real good structure. I actually wanted them to keep Jalen and to trade Bari, even though I love Jabari, because just from the structure, because I thought about it like this. Kevin Durant is 36 years old, be 37 when the season starts. Jalen Green is inconsistent, but he's shown flashes of long stretches of consistency. Not all world, but league average, slightly above average two guard play for a month stretch. 2-3 weeks, he's shown it. And the I remember we had a discussion about this. The consistency of his stretches, not of his play, but the stretches of good play were becoming more frequent and lasting a little bit longer as time progressed. Obviously, the playoffs notwithstanding, I thought that the two combination of Jalen Green's flashes and Kevin Durant's availability, having both of them there would be a great insurance policy for the Rockets when it comes to scoring. You can still be a baseline 52 win team with a Jalen Green on there. If you have a healthy KD and a Jalen Green, then that's still even more the merrier. KD gets hurt, your offense doesn't go into some weird Fred led Şengün thing that we've seen in the past without Jalen. So I thought it was good, but the fact that they were able to, still pull the trade off and not give up as much as I thought they would require to do with the draft picks, and Dylan Brooks being the other player, not one of the, Reed Shepard or something like that. I mean, this is a great trade, and I think for Jabari, you have a not only a prototype of a player that you want to try to reach as a player. I think some of the front court lineups that you could have, where you have Jabari, Kevin Durant, and Tari on the floor at the same time, where you have Amen, Jabari, Kevin Durant, and Tari on the floor, and you throw Steven Adams, you can go double big with KD. Oh my God, double big with KD, Amen Thompson, and like Fred, whereas the lone short guy, like the versatility that he brings to the Rockets is crazy, and he just has so much value as a player, both sides of the ball. And to me, the best part about this is that the biggest issue we've had is closing out games, and we've had to. It's so it's bad as a team for your scorers when your best option to close out a game is a big man. Most teams, even with all NBA MVP big men, do not let their big man close out the game. You let whoever the premier wing scorer is, whether it's a guy off the bench or you're starting back one of your, somebody that's like, okay, we've seen it with players off the bench, like, James Harden and OKC. You saw, what's buddy that Lou Williams? Lou Williams used to close out games for the Clippers. Yeah. Like, remember that Lou would come in the fourth quarter, would not even play all game. And all right, bro, it's fourth quarter, 3 minutes left. Go close it out. So we didn't have nobody to do that. And now you have the body to do that. I think this is huge, man. This is huge for Şengün. I'm expecting all NBA, bro. Outright.
Oh, hopefully it has to be. When you said Şengün, KD pick and roll, I was like, oh my God, that could be so much fun.
His assist number,
bro, he's got an automatic kick out, right? Automatic. So look, Jalen Green would have benefited from automatic kick out, right? Automatic. So look, Jalen Green would have benefited from automatic kick out, right? Automatic. So look, Jalen Green would have benefited from automatic kick out, right? Automatic.
Okay, apparently there's this app where you can see how your number is saved in other people's phones. So Jake, can I see your phone?
So look, Jalen Green would have benefited.
All right. So look, I'm back. We've been going for some hours, bro. We've been going for some hours. I'm not even tripping. This is how it's looking right now. Cheese and rice. It's looking like Rockets fans are thrilled about getting Kevin Durant. Let's just keep it a buck. And I don't blame them. I don't blame Rockets fans for being. I don't blame Rockets fans for being all excited about Kevin Durant. By far, he's the best player that we've had since James Harden left. I don't and I don't think you know I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's I don't think it's a bad trade. I just you know I definitely think that Roosh and Frank, shout out to the chop shop, man. You know what I mean? Y'all know it's your boy, man. Obviously I had to try to, get some of y'all takes over here and just let the people hear for those people who not did check out the chop shop, people who on the chop shop who end up over here on my side, because I'm gonna be on here. I know Frank, he only gonna be on for a little while. He probably, they might run about an hour, 30 minutes or something like that if they keep it going. But I just wanted to let y'all hear what the professionals are saying. Because obviously you know, I'm not the professional guy. I'm not a professional. I just keep it a stack, man. I just keep it a stack. And I'm not a prisoner of the moment. And I would love for somebody to come on here and tell me why I should have, you know, some revisionist history, memory lapse about why I think we should overblow the signing of Kevin Durant. The second best odds. Did you hear that? I don't know if y'all heard it, but obviously, and those guys, man, listen, don't get me wrong. Roosh and Frank are absolutely phenomenal at what they do. And Roosh pointed out, if you didn't hear it, that the Rockets went to the second best odds of winning the championship for next year. That's Vegas making money, bro. That's how they make money. They can get you locked in right now for the Rockets to win a championship. Oh man. At the odds that they have right now, number two, and they get you in right now. Let me tell you what I would do. Don't take that bet. Don't slap that bet, bro. Whatever you do, don't slap that bet. I'm telling you, don't smack it. Wait until Kevin Durant gets hurt and then smack it. Because if you believe the Rockets are going to win a championship, the odds are going to be way, way down the minute he gets hurt. And then if he comes back and we do happen to win a championship, you'll get your paper. But what they doing right now, they hedging their bet. They hedging their bet. They showing you immediately that we got a good team and we could win. But they can lock you in on a low return right now. The Rockets, favorites, second favorites to bet. So you betting only against one team, two teams, you know, you betting against one team. You betting against OKC. And it's very likely that Kevin Durant gets hurt sometime throughout the season. And if he goes down, those odds are going to drop significantly. And if those odds drop, let me tell you what'll happen. You'll be able to get in. You'll be able to get in at a much better rate on your return. And I think that's where you want to be at. I think you want to be at a point to where if you say, look, Kevin Durant goes down, you get in on a better rate, you take that same bet, and at that point, you know, you're able to go ahead and say, well, I can stand and I can make a little money. I can make a little money off of it. But right now, with the second to best odds, all you're gonna do is lose your chips. And at a low return. You know, I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea. That's my take. That's my take on it. I just don't think it's the best bet, you know. So I'm looking at a couple of yeah, I'm looking at a couple of I'm looking at a couple of messages or whatever. And I see people saying that they're gonna miss Dylan Brooks. You know, not as much as I am because I actually wanted to get Dylan Brooks to begin with. You know, a lot of people didn't even want to get Dylan Brooks. So, you know, he definitely will be missed. Um, that's crazy. So, okay, I'm just, right now I'm just kind of scrolling through some stuff and looking around, and I'm waiting for a little while and just see if anybody joins. I got some more stuff I'm gonna go into. I'm not really tripping right now. You know what I mean? It's really looking real good for the Houston Rockets. Um, as far as being able to make money, bro. Boy, as far as being able to make money, they'll make a little chips off jersey sales and whatever. But you know, you have to think from a business standpoint. Are they going to be able to, you know, are they going to be able to make enough money in the next 2 years to compensate for some of the money they're going to lose down the line? I don't know. I don't know. Is Raphael Stone costing Tillman Fertitta buckets of money? Maybe, maybe Raphael Stone just cost Tillman Fertitta a lot of money, but I think Tillman Fertitta was on board, and I'm pretty sure that he, you know, calculated a loss in the event that you know jersey sales go up for a little while and then they go down for the next 5 to 10 years after KD is gone. Which We don't know if they would have continued to go up with Jalen Green. We know that Armin Thompson is going to sell jerseys, but we kind of feel like Jalen Green was going to sell jerseys because he's such an exciting player when he's playing good, and which is most of the season. I mean, if you really look at it, he had a stretch for like 2 months where he didn't play good, and for the majority of the season, Jalen Green played well enough to get you some jersey sales, bro, and to put butts in seats. That's the point. I don't think that you know, I don't like for me, I don't look at basketball as just the entertainment value. I also look at it as a business. That's one of the main things I look at it is, and I say, well, what's your product? The product you putting out on the floor is one thing. You know, it's funny because you look at basketball and you say, I'm putting a good product out on the floor. But with sports, your product has to project well also. It has to age well. And if part of your product is already aged, then what you do is you say, after so many years, the value of that product will depreciate. And depreciating value is never good in business. So, am I going to make enough money? Like, people talk about um, consolidating assets or consolidating the roster, as far as moving contracts and, you know, like you traded two players and you got one player back. So you opened up roster spots by putting two salaries into one guy that can do that can fill the void for what those two players do ideally, and that's consolidation. But the projected profit from what those two players would have brought in is a whole totally different story. And you hope that KD, you know, by making us a championship contender, feels, fills the arena, sells jerseys, and does that to a point to where when he's gone 2, 3 years from now, that the money that Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks would have made will, you know, will be accounted for. That's kind of the point. Yeah. So I mean, right now, listen, all over the internet, you're going to hear stuff that I already, brought up and talked about throughout the stream because obviously, you know, I've been on for a while and I've been going through a myriad of merry-go-round of ideas and just throwing out a bunch of things that people can think about. Here's the here's the kicker. The kicker is my mind is still looking down the line and saying, what is it that we're missing? What is it that we're missing about the trade? You know, because it's not cut and dry that this trade has the overall value that people are going to think it has. This boy said Reed Shepard can be T.J. McConnell. Hold on, I got to respond to this. Okay. Um. look, I do think that here's what we're gonna be looking at. We're really gonna be looking at a guy who is going to try to pace himself throughout the season. A guy in Tari Eason who's been taking off certain games, back to backs or whatever the case may be. Like I said before, a guy, Armin Thompson, who's been hurt throughout the course of his career. We hope he's able to get his lower extremities healthy enough to be a little more durable throughout the year. We don't want, you know, Armin to be a guy who's hurt every year for 20 games. I understand that, okay, you sprain your ankle and you sit out for an extra 2 weeks or some junk like that. But I just don't want my, you know, third overall player, my projected superstar, to be a guy that we know is going to be sitting out throughout the year. I want to know that I want to be able to wake up in the morning every other day, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and feel like I know who's going to be on the court. Like, I want to be able to project right now who's going to be on the court for the Houston Rockets. That's the problem that I have. You know, that's that's gonna be a major problem. You're never gonna know who is the guy. Who is the guy? Who's the guy that's gonna be on the court every night? No, we don't know that. Let's see. So it's gonna be different, bro. I mean, it's really gonna be different. You know. And look, as of right now, I'm keeping the stream going, and I'm around the internet. I'm in these streets. I'm in these internet streets right now. I'm in these YouTube streets. I'm out here looking up, trying to just looking around and seeing who's saying what. Because right now people are just starting to get wind of it and videos coming out and whatever. And I'm on here chilling right now. I mean, because that's what I do. It's red alert. You know, I done gave y'all my takes. Um, I could shut the stream down and come back if anybody wants to get on. But if they don't want to come on, then I don't want the stream to just, end right there and then I pick it up later. I wanted to just keep going. So if people want to come in, I took a little break. Maybe it was what, 20 minutes or whatever, 20-minute break. And if you pick up the stream at this point and you miss something, you can always go back to the beginning and hear what I had to say. And if you come in now and you want to get to a point, I'll put um I'll try to go in and put markers on this stream, chapters or whatever, so you won't have to sit through my entire intermission, you know. And this is how I'm gonna be doing it, bro. Like when I come on here, I'm literally gonna be on here for however long I feel like it. It might be 2 hours, it might be 3 hours, it might be 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. You know, I because that's how I get it. And I'm not out of takes. I just want to save some of my takes in case I get some more people on. Because I feel like after a couple of people get off some of these other channels, they're gonna still keep looking. And if they come over here, I'm going to you know, I'll get some people in and we'll keep it going. So let's see where we at. Huh. Let's see. Okay, okay. I'm still going. You know what I mean? We're still going strong at this point. 3 hours right now, and we just getting started. We just getting started, broski doski. Okay, okay. Mm, Yo, look. Okay, so this what's going on, broski doski. Look, this what's going on right here. I'm not in. I'm not in the. I'm not in the hater game or nothing like that. But look. Okay, let's get back into this thing right here. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of these tunes right here, and then we're gonna kick it back off. I'm gonna come back in hot.
Red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask.
So absolutely, man.
Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding.
Yeah, I'm back. Back. Yeah, what's up? Hey, look. Back to life. Back to yeah. You know what I mean? And then when you sing the song, you gotta do like you can only do like a part of a bar because if you do the whole thing, then that's when they hit you with the copyright. But they can't hit you with the copyright if it ain't the whole bar and a half. Just a little tidbit, you know what I mean? Check this out. Yeah, man. Look, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I was checking out my boys, man. I had to go check it out, man. Look, y'all know I else with the CSGs, man. I else with my boy Frank. Else with my boy Ghost. My boy Roots be spitting that fire. I done checked out a little bit of Jack Gatlin. You know what I mean? Because for me, in this little rocket sphere, man, it's enough love to go around. I'm not no hater. And like that boy Abu Mane say, man, you know, if you don't like somebody checking you out, man, or if if you think it's just one Rockets fan site that you're supposed to be supporting, I'm inclined to believe. You know what I mean? Talking about. So this is where I'm at. After just going through, hey, look, y'all already know. I said everything. I didn't give y'all the stats and the breakdown because look, if you come in here and you hear this, you get to this point, if you speed through, if you check out some stuff, I know I took a little break, man, because I've been on here for some hours. I've been rolling. I've been rolling on here. What time is it anyway, bro? I mean, I might have been on here for 4 hours at this point. But you know, I've been on here for like 4 hours at this point, man. And I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you what God love, man. I'm telling you what God love, like we say in the South. There's a lot of revisionist history going on. Probably not a lot of revisionist history, but a lot of overlooking a lot of the stuff that I've been thinking about. And rightfully so, man. I mean, it's a time to celebrate. And I'm celebrating. This is just how I celebrate. Because if I was sitting here, me and Papa Hutton, you know what I mean? If we was sitting here and we were just having our beer, we got our 2 6 packs or whatever that's 1792, and we just sitting here and we sitting back chopping it up. This is what y'all get. This is this is what y'all getting from me. Y'all getting the stuff that I say within the walls of the home of the man who started me to watching the Rockets. You know? And I started watching the Rockets way back in 84, 85. I didn't just spawn on the Rockets when Elijah One started fading away on people. I'm watching the Rockets when Elijah One was damn near a rookie, his second year or whatever it was. You know what I mean? You know, so this is this is how I get down, and I'm telling you some of the stuff that I just look at and think about. It's not a, and I mean it's not black and white, and we can go through all the scenarios of what should happen, but I'm telling you this: if you smack that bet, that the Rockets with the second best odds to win the championship are gonna win it now, you're shortchanging yourself because there's gonna be a time where Kevin Durant gets hurt that those odds are gonna drop. When those odds drop, then you smack the bet. And then if he comes back, now you make your money. But if you smack it while the odds are high, look what you're doing to yourself, right? Looking like a dummy. Cheeks. Cheeks.
Stay safe.
You know what I mean? You'll be out there ice cold with your cheeks out. And that's what I don't want you to do. So if you listen to me, I'll tell you how to do it. You can learn something. Pay attention. You might learn something. Okay? Now, here's what you want to know. Here's what you want to know. What can the Rockets do to make this team a legitimate contender? We can still go after Giannis. We can still go after Giannis. Because we still got Fred VanVleet, we still got Tari Eason, we still got some picks. Would they want Amin Thompson? Yes. Would I give them Amin Thompson? No. Am I willing to strip and give them Shangoon? Here's the thing. Listen to me. Listen to me. If you want to win a championship this year, and you say, you know what, we want to guarantee a championship this year. Okay, go ahead and give them Shangoon. You give them Shangoon when you keep your pick. You keep your Phoenix Suns first round. I think it's the unprotected, whatever it is. Go ahead and give them Shangoon. Um, you know, you sign you a Brooke Lopez. You still got Steven Adams, and now you got KD and Yanni Antetokounmpo in there together, which they can pull it off because the trade for Antetokounmpo was Alperen Sengun and some more stuff like Alperen Sengun and like Tari Eason, you know. And so what you're saying to yourself is, can Amin, Fred, no. Do you have to put Fred in this package? Let me check this out right quick. Let me check this out for y'all right quick. I'm gonna check this out for y'all real quick because I'll be on this. Okay. Okay. So this is what we're looking at. If the Rockets want to trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo, they'll be able to match the salary. 51 million is what Giannis is making. Eesh. 51 milli. Well, okay. So they could have made that Giannis trade with Jalen Dillon, Cam, Jock, and unprotected picks. But since Jalen and Dillon gone, what they would have to do is Fred, Jock, Jabari, two unprotected first rounds. Fred, Jock, and Jabari in two unprotected first rounds to get you to Giannis. Now, would Milwaukee, would they be adamant that they have to have like an Armin or Shangon type player? I don't know. I don't know. Um, but for me, right here, Fred, Jock, and Jabari, two unprotected first rounds for Giannis, slap it. Smack that right away. You understand what I'm saying? Let me put this up on the screen for you so you can see where I'm at with mine. Well, actually, I'm not gonna put it up on the screen. Fred Van Vliet, 44.9, Jock Landale, $8.8 million team option guarantee for the trade, and Jabari Smith Jr., two unprotected first round picks. Because Houston got Brooklyn's picks plus theirs, and then the pick swaps. Outgoing salary is 53 million, and Giannis made 51.9. So we actually would come back $2 million. and then the Rockets would still have LP, Armin, Durrant, Giannis. Oh my days. This would be so killer of a team. um Another way they could do it is they could do Whitmore. Ain't talking about nothing. They could do Whitmore, Mitt, Londale, Jeff Green, um, and something else and get there, but that's probably not gonna work for me. Armin Thompson, 8.6 million, that's not gonna work for me. We're not doing the Armin Thompson thing. But if they was able to bring in another player, if they was able to bring in another player that made a little bit more and maybe, you know, Whitmore, Smith, Londale, Jeff Green, and something else was able to get them to where they wanted to be with those unprotected picks, 3 or 4 first round picks or whatever. Yeah. So basically, you know, it is a way to get there. Any two ways you look at it, it's a way to get to where you want to be. Either way you want to skin it, you're able to still go out and get a Giannis Antetokounmpo if he comes available at this point. So you still got the Brooklyn pick, you still got the rest of the Suns joints, something along those lines. You know, so that's one of the things you can look at. Um, I heard I just heard Tank say that he would not be opposed to James Harden coming to Houston. Hmm. Opposed is a strong word, bro. Not be opposed is a strong word. What I wouldn't be opposed to, swapping James Harden for Fred VanVleet. I don't know, bro, because here's the thing. In the playoffs, James Harden turns the ball over, bro. The culture of Houston is different. You're gonna bring in Kevin Durant and James Harden. I mean, email get you right, but email have to put them paws on James Harden, bro. I'm telling you that right now. But look at this. The Rockets could trade Cam Whitmore, Jock Londale, and Jeff Green, 2 or 3 first round picks for Jaren Jackson Jr. That's different, bro. That's different. Because now Freaky Greeky, instead of Freaky Greeky, you bring in Triple J, and now you got, instead of Jabari playing the 4, you got KD, Jaren Jackson Jr., Alfred Shangoon, woobity wop. Whoever you want at your 1 and your 2. You understand what I'm saying? Because you bring in a defensive, I keep taking y'all back to this. Draymond Green is not a better scorer than Jaren Jackson Jr. How many DPOYs did Draymond Green got? One. How many did Jaren Jackson Jr. got? One. Jaren Jackson Jr. has been runner up 2 times. Draymond been runner up 3 times. Right? Well, 2 runner ups in the top 5 finish. Am I saying that Jaren Jackson Jr. is as good a defensive player as Draymond Green? No, I'm not. But I am saying that if Jaren Jackson Jr. is playing under Ime Udoka, if Jaren Jackson Jr. is being coached by Ime Udoka, if you give Ime Udoka a defensive player of the year power forward to go alongside of Amin Thompson, Kevin Durant, and then when Kevin Durant leaves, you still have Jabari. You still got Jaren Jackson Jr. You still got Amin. You still got Tari. So your defense don't really take a hit. Your defense won't really take a hit at all. This is what you know, and I know it's like it's pie in the sky, but so is getting Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis, right? So is getting Kevin Durant for Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks. Well, I don't think so because Jalen Green is a top 5 shooting guard. I don't care what nobody says. Okay, be a man about it. Okay, be a man about it. You understand what I'm saying? Hmm. Listen to this. It's so many moves that the Rockets can make from this point. In no shape, form, or fashion have the Rockets been compromised by that trade, other than the fact that they gave up a blossoming, budding shooting guard. Uh, Not a combo guard because he's legit 6'6", 6'5", 6'6", or whatever. You know, with pogo sticks for legs and whatever. But I do think he fits the Phoenix Suns aura more than he really fitted in Houston to keep it a bean. You know what I mean? Because Houston ain't never really been a pretty boy type city. We never, you know what I mean? Kenny Smith was probably, you know, with the Steve Harvey. Kenny Smith was Steve Harvey on a basketball court. Steve Harvey on a basketball court was out there with the knees and the jump to his maximum capacity to shoot the 3-pointer. You know, that box he had, that was probably the prettiest shit that ever came through Houston. You know what I mean? But I'm just taking you slowly with me. I'm taking you slowly with me through a journey of what I see as multiple scenarios. Best case, worst case, you know, it don't really matter, bro. It don't really matter whether you like it or not. I think it's a hard enough game to play when you feel like the hierarchy ain't right. But also when you have this is the hierarchy, sometimes it takes you out of the having to think and create mode. Sometimes you have a crutch and it don't allow you to be your best. And I think that's going to be a problem going forward for the Rockets. I think that it's a possibility that they get complacent, giving the ball to Kevin Durant, and maybe LP don't feel like it's his team. He don't feel like I have to do this because Al Shangoon is at his best when he feels like I got to do this. I got to do this. I'm a body. I'm gonna throw balls. I'm a worldly dervish. I'm gonna get inside of here. I'm gonna shoot my hook. I'm gonna bang. I'm gonna get the rebound. I have to do this to win. And if you take that sense of urgency or desperation from away from LP, what does he become? We don't know. We don't know exactly how it's going to affect the psyche of the team. Kevin Durant walking to that locker room with his "we'll see how it goes" or "we'll see what happens." And here's the thing. I really wish somebody would have came up here and clicked this link. I really wish somebody would have been here to push back on this. How do you feel? What makes you, what do you think about when you know that they told Kevin Durant that he was coming to Houston and he smiled and said, "We'll see what happens." He forced his way to Houston to do what? To see what happens? Ah, man, come on. That's not H-Town logic, bro. That's not Houston type shit. We effing up stuff. Ugga da, ugga da, ugga da, ugga da. That's what we trying to hear. Ugga da, ugga da, ugga da, ugga da. That's what we want to know. You coming over here to mess it up? You coming over here to mess up the league? You coming over here to make sure OKC don't get another dub if they win this tonight? And the team that you left never made it back home. I've been away for much too long. And you don't never get back home. And they win a chip. And you skipped Houston twice, end up in Houston. And then the team that you left is winning the chip. And you don't feel like coming to get that. I'm coming to get that. Hey, like, how do you feel? Got a young core. We number 2 seed last year. We finna see if we can go. I think we can win. I think we can win it all next year. I think we can win it all next year. It's not overblowing it. It's not overselling it, bro. You're just saying I think we can win it all next year. It's not. Is that too much to ask? Is it too much to ask of Slimmy Money Sniper, Slimmy Money Reaper Sniper to just say, I think we can win it all next year? Slimmy Sniper Reaper Man. Is it too much to ask to say, I think we can win it all next year? I don't think so. I think that's a very moderately, I think that's a very moderate statement to just make the guy you coming in this team. Listen, you're coming to a team with a bunch of young guys. This is why Kevin Durant is not a leader. Blah 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 blah. You hear these guys with the heads and the edge ups and the talks, and they talking and they saying Kevin Durant and leader. I don't know if he's a leader or not. But what I can tell you is, if I'm a young Houston Rockets player and we get Kevin Durant and he say we'll see what happens, I'm unbothered. I'm unbothered. I look at the comment, read the article, look at Twitter. He didn't have no fire emojis, Houston, let's get it, none of that. Or maybe he said we'll see what happens with the trade. Or we'll see if I really get traded or if they're gonna flip me to somebody else. Maybe he's saying we'll see what happens as far as the trade goes. But I would feel 100 times better if Kevin Durant goes, hey, look, I think we can win it all. A lot of great talent over there. I think we can win it all. It's not too much to ask, bro. It's only asking that you start instilling the confidence in these young guys that it takes to be a champion. Why am I saying that? Because you look at the leaders that have been great leaders, they've all had that. They've all had that, and they've given that to their respective team. Talk about Kobe, you talk about Magic, you talk about Draymond, you talk about CP3 even. You look at any of these guys and you say, hey, how you feel about the next year? Think we can win it all. I think we have a good chance to win it all next year. And here you go, you bringing in Kevin Durant after Brian Windhorst reported Kevin Durant has done such and such, blah, 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 to force himself to a certain team. Really? He's forcing himself to a certain team? What team might that be? Team that he passed on twice? Yeah, no, I'm not letting it die. I'm not letting it die. We're going to keep on saying it. We're going to say that joint. We're going to say, look, I'm going to say it about 15, 20 more times. As long as I'm on this stream, and I'm going to be on this stream until I get tired of being on this stream, until I drill home the point. Until I drill home the point, I'm going to be on this stream. And guess what? Guess what I'm going to be saying? I'm going to be on the stream and I'm going to be saying, he passed up the Rockets. Mad times, bro. Buku. You know Buku? Buku, bro. He passed up the Rockets buku times. And when he passed them up, he did not, in no shape, form, or fashion, you know, he didn't have the Rockets fans as like, hey, you know what? One of the best franchises ever in the NBA that is undersold, underappreciated, and gets great players, but never can reach the mountaintop as much as they should, is the Houston Rockets. I got an opportunity to go over there and take them over the mountaintop, over the hill. I could take them over the threshold. I mean, not like that, but I can get them, I can do it, right? Boom, up, over that thing. But he ain't do it. He didn't. He chose to go elsewhere. And where was elsewhere? Brooklyn and Golden State. Did he almost win in Brooklyn? Yeah, he did. I don't know why he had on too big a shoe. And I don't even know if, I mean, I guess it matters. I guess it matters. You got a half-inch size shoe bigger than what you're supposed to have on, and for whatever reason, and you step on the line, to me, it's a mental mistake. To me, it's a mental mistake. You thought it was a three, wasn't a three. Bam. I tell you what wasn't a mental mistake when he ran out of bounds and got that loose ball when he was playing for Golden State. And the Rockets was playing Golden State, and that ball went out of bounds, and he ran his ass out of bounds and threw that ball back in, and Scott Foster act like he ain't see him. That wasn't no mistake. He ran his ass up out of bounds and got the ball right in front of the ref. And guess what the ref did? He let him kept playing. Kept right on playing. Now I ask you this right here. Was that a mental mistake? Yes. Did he pay for it? No. Guess what? Do you think for one moment that any of the mental mistakes that Kevin Durant has had over the course of his career, he's gonna get away with it in Houston? No, because they don't want Kevin Durant to win a championship, son. Oh, you think they want Kevin Durant to win a championship before LeBron? Before Curry? Man, y'all please. They'll call up 37 fouls in the Laker game before they let Kevin Durant win another championship before LeBron. Durant, let me tell you something. Let me explain this to you. Durant is here in Houston because the league did not want Houston to build a dynasty. And it was looking like we was building a dynasty. I hate to tell you that, bro. I hate to tell you. I hate to break it down to you. Conspiracy theorist me. Call me what you like. 10-4 hatter. Red alert, red glasses. Houston, got a problem. They did not want Houston to build a dynasty. Because let me tell you what happened. Giannis, they was pumping up Giannis to leave. They was gassing Giannis, bro. They was gassing him to leave. Gassing him, gassing him, gassing him, gassing him, gassing him, gassing him. And that means that somewhere along the line, they was reeling in his attorney to push him into leaving. And when they seen that Houston had shifted their attention from Kevin Durant to Giannis, they start saying, Giannis should go to San Antonio. Giannis should go to San Antonio. Giannis should go to San Antonio. And they ran it. And Houston was still the better option. And then when they realized that Houston was the best team to go to this offseason, they totally shifted narratives. Giannis not going nowhere. The Rockets have to get Kevin Durant. It's the best possible scenario for Kevin Durant. Houston will become an instant contender. Giannis not going nowhere. Get out my face. Get out my face, man. I don't believe this stuff. Y'all trying to act like I be just making up stuff in my head, bro. Tell me I'm lying. This is what I'm saying. I wish, you know what? I don't. Because I still got about another 2 hours of drilling this into y'all head. Somebody might hear, somebody might not. Right now, I got 0 people on the stream. 0. I'm in here by myself. We up dolo from state to state. Aha. But guess what? I'm gonna be on here. I'm gonna be on here. And sooner or later, somebody gonna come in, boom, and I'm gonna ask them. I'm gonna ask them. You know what I'm gonna ask them? I'm gonna say, do you think that the league and the media conspired to revert the Rockets' attention away from Giannis Antetokounmpo to Kevin Durant for the sole purpose of controlling the hierarchy in the NBA? Guess what the Rockets didn't have? The Rockets did not have a highly marketable superstar. I mean, they got one now. They got a marketable superstar, a legit superstar that's not going to play all season long. They can market him. And guess what? The Rockets will be on ESPN more than, not ever, but a lot. But do you remember when James Harden was at his superpowers, when he had his superpowers, when he was at his peak performance? And it was like the Rockets would pop on ESPN and they would be on for like 1 minute. They would not even for a whole, it wouldn't even be like a whole segment. James Harden would do like 37 and 12 and 10 or 37, 12 and 12. And it would be like James Harden had another great game. At this point, he's had as many triple doubles as Oscar Robertson or whatever. And, okay, bye. LeBron James, then you flip over to first things first. LeBron, y'all know who that is. LeBron James and James Harden. But the only thing matter, and then you go to the other one. Yeah, LeBron, I don't think James Harden is going to. That's Rob Parker. That's my Rob Parker. It's not too good. It's not too good. My Rob Parker not too good because it's hard to talk like Rob Parker. It's hard to talk like Rob Parker. But listen, all I'm saying is, even when the Rockets had arguably the best score that the league has ever seen,
You done messed up.
yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. Why did I say it? Because Charles Barkley said it. Charles Barkley said, I don't think we've ever seen somebody who could score like this. And everybody was like, what? Jordan? Kobe? Yeah, they can score, but not like Harden. Not like Harden. Not like I can literally do everything. I can shoot 8 threes. I can bang, 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 cross you over handles like Kyrie. I can bop one step and get to my floater. I can go in here and nosebleed. Anything. I got the bowl. I'm cooking. I'm running around the half court line, acting like I'm stirring up something in the bowl. I don't know. I don't know what. Like, was you baking something? You doing a little? You whipping something like with a fork? No blender. You know, whipping work, whipping work. But um, we still wasn't getting a lot of media play. Still not getting a lot of media play, bro. And the most media play we have ever got was them trying to get us Kevin Durant. Here we go. Kevin Durant is a Houston Rocket. Yeah, he's gonna be a Houston Rocket, I think. I'm in awe. I mean, I got mixed feelings about it. I got mixed feelings, man. I got mixed feelings. Oh my days. It's like I'm happy that we are better in the games that he plays in. We should be. I don't know that we are, but we should be. What I do know is it's just like James Harden. Listen, it's just like James Harden. People did not want James Harden to come back to Houston. Yes, yes. Talking about my homies, talking about everybody, all the Rockets fans that I talk to. They did not want James Harden to come back to Houston. Why? Because in the playoffs, we know game 6, just like not having it. You got James Harden, games 1, you got James Harden. Games 2, you might got James Harden. Game 5 and 6, No James Harden, bro. You might as well put out my T-Star ball out there. In that game, in the game 6 or game 5, when it matters, you might as well go get Moochie Norris, man. You might as well get Mookie Blaylock. Like for real talk. Real talk. And that's the problem. That's why people didn't want James Harden. Guess what I'm saying? What I'm saying is in the playoffs, you might as well have Jalen Green. Like, well, I mean, like, has Kevin Durant missed every single playoff? No. Has his injuries been to a point to where at some point you felt depleted and you felt defeated and you automatically felt like, okay, we don't have to worry about that team? Yes. Yes. When the Rockets beat OKC, it was because Kevin Durant was out. And we felt like, you know what? Russell Westbrook can't do this by himself, bro. Correct me if I'm wrong. Uh, all I'm saying is, man, Kevin Durant ran out of bounds. They didn't call it because he was on Golden State. If he was in Houston, they called him that out of bounds. Before he even touched the ball, they'd have called it out of bounds because they're not going to let the Houston Rockets be the best team in the world, bro. You think Houston Rockets going to win another championship right now with Kevin Durant and LeBron James got Luca? Okay, put this in context. LeBron James got Luca on his team. Kobe of the Ozarks, Austin Reeves, which means I can tell you this right off the bat. If all white boy don't play, if Reed Shepard not playing, they get the white boy points, white boy bonus, man. You get the white boy bonus because the white boy can foul and get away with some stuff, and they don't really call. Tell me when the last time a white boy fouled out the game. I'll wait.
Stay safe.
Nope, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. You're not gonna be able to tell me. You just on a journey by yourself. Wherever you going to try to find that information, you're not gonna find it. Why? Because statistically, white boys don't get called for a lot of fouls. So if you got one on your team and you're not utilizing them, shortchanging yourself. So they got Austin Reeves, they got Luca, they got LeBron. Now in my mind's eye, you got two starting. Eh, hard pressed to believe you're gonna win a championship. You starting two. That's just not being racist, bro. Not being racist because I want Reed Shepard to play. I want Reed Shepard to be a starting point guard for the Houston Rockets so bad, and we will be starting two. We will be starting LP and Reed Shepard. And do I think we can win with that team? I think they can win, but it's hard pressed. But look what your interior would be. Look what you would have instead of two in your backcourt. Instead of Luca and Austin Reeves in your backcourt, you would have one in the front court at the farthest position, one in the backcourt at the farthest position, and in the sandwich of that would be, you know, mass shooters, great defenders, and you probably can get away with that. And I mean, I can get that. That's like a you know John Stockton, Greg Ostertag type situation or something along those lines, to where you can kind of see that team might can win. It might be a team that can win, but all in all, I don't think that. I really don't believe that the league is. I don't believe the league is trying to let people just play basketball, bro. They look they look at the teams and the referees decide how they're going to call the games. That's just a fact. If you ever have looked over the referee job descriptions when it says something like um, manage the flow of the game or control the flow of the game or something like that, that's a clear indication, man. It's a clear indication that they have more control over the game than what they're supposed to have. Because the referee shouldn't be controlling the flow of the game. That should be contingent upon the point guard and the coach primarily, not the referees. They should be there to officiate the game. That's just to officiate. I mean, you're an official. You should officiate, not have nothing to do with the flow. You know. So I'm not I'm not inclined to believe that the Rockets are okay. Won 52 games last year. Do you think that the Rockets are going to win 60 games this year because of Kevin Durant? Did Kevin Durant improve this team 8 games? Do you think that if Jalen Green got a little bit better, he could have improved the team 8 games? If Jalen and Ahmed got better over the offseason, would that have improved our team by 8 games? Will Kevin Durant improve the team by 8 games? Did what we did get us to a 60-win team? You gotta ask yourself these simple questions. Look, I'm 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 here, you know, and I mean, guess what? I might jump back. I'm not guess what? It's it's uh it's a little sketchy for me. That's all I'm saying. It's a little sketchy for me. And even though it's a little sketchy for me, I don't really feel like everybody's being honest with themselves. They just happy that the problem, the problem that they had with the team is been addressed because it's not solved. It's just been addressed. It's like this. It's like if you say, you know, I'm going to cook something. Just make up some a gumbo, whatever. Boom, you got your sausage. You know, you got your roux right. You got your crabs in that thing. You got you a couple of shrimps up in there. And I said shrimps on purpose. You know, you got everything whipping up in the gumbo. Your onion, your little prawns, got your chicken, got everything in the gumbo. Put you a little gumbo fillet up in there, and then you be like, oh shoot, I don't got no okra. Okra. Who put okra in gumbo? Okay, whatever. And then you say like, okay, we don't got no okra, so let's go get some okra. Go to the store, you get some okra, you bring it home, and you realize you got like, you know, 6 okras. Cut them joints up, throw them in the gumbo. Is that enough okra to get you over the top? Is that enough okra to make your gumbo the right consistency and have the right texture and the right flavor and everything that it's supposed to add? Mind you, that's one of the key ingredients of gumbo. No, it's not. Cut them little okras up and then you put them little okras up in there and you saying, man, that didn't really get me over the hump. And that's what I think we're kind of dealing with, something along those lines, because I don't see Kevin Durant. Let me tell you what will work. If Kevin Durant literally was worth 12 games, if trading for Kevin Durant would add 12 games to your win total, and he played the whole playoffs, I wouldn't care if we won a championship. I wouldn't care if we won a championship. But if he played the whole playoffs and played well, I'll be listen. If Kevin Durant plays well, cool. Cool. If he plays the whole playoff. If he don't play the whole playoff, Raphael Stone. You understand what I'm saying? That's just what it's gonna be, man. That's just what it's gonna be. Now, with that being said, it's been 4 hours going on 5 hours for me. I'm probably be back on later or tomorrow. We'll get some chop outs in, man. We'll get some people to chop it up with us, man. If not, I'll just keep ranting. I'll just keep ranting because the stuff that I said today, that's just the tip of the pencil. That's just the point, bro. I haven't even just I haven't even just went into my bag. This is just the tip of the pencil. It's just the point, the simple points, and the rest of it, we got to unpack some of this stuff. Now, 4. Shout out to Entertainment. Shout out to Taim. Look, appreciate y'all for stopping by. Hope you join us on the next cast. This has been a blast for me because there's no way I was getting all this out into somebody else's comments. Period. And if you don't got all this information, if you don't got all this right here, these takes, I don't want nobody saying they takes. They might think of it tomorrow, but these been my takes for the past 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. This is what I've been putting in comments for the past since before the season even ended. Since people been talking about Kevin Durant, this is what I've been trying to tell people for the whole time. That's what's going on. What the league is doing, what the media is doing, what Raphael Stone should be thinking. Email Udoka, potential lineups, potential trades that we could make. The whole 9 yards, man. I ran it down just off the top. I ain't got no notes. I ain't got none of that. What I do got is I got this right here. Let y'all listen to it one more time as we head out. Look, your boy. Yeah, I'm out. All right, y'all. I thought I was leaving. I thought the music was gonna play us out of here, but it's not playing us out. So we just gonna be signing out right now in about 10 seconds. Appreciate everybody who stopped by. Red alert. Rocket zone. I am E.